Second day, session 5. In the absence of Chair Professor Raghunath Ghosh, I will coordinate this session. And there are 4 speakers and 2.
I cannot hear you.
And third is Professor Lakshmikant Padhi, North Bengal University. And the 4th is Dr. Shashi Mohan Das from Dispur College, Guwahati. We are starting with the first speaker. May I now request, since we overshot time, may I request you, Professor Gerard, to please start your presentation. We can see your slides, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. And I have to do the slides. Let's see if it works. I want to forward. It's not forwarding. Can you I have to change. The slide is not forwarding, so I have trouble then. Ah, yes, yeah. It was a little bit slow, but the intention of my talk is that, and also the intention of the conference is to talk about the distinction of consciousness and matter, and entanglement of consciousness and matter exploit. And I'd like to compare that with quantum physics results and see if there's anything that we can learn from both sides. The intention is to show that every concept, that opposites are created in choices. And I need to the next slide. Yeah. Opposites are mutually created in their distinction. And of course, it's difficult to show the consciousness in a picture. The most easy one is to start with long and short. And in general, and seeing if you see that red line there, it's very difficult. You have no idea of a concept of long and short. A thing in itself does not exist. It's neither long or short. Only what we can do, like in the Tao Te Ching, you have in verse 2, they say long and short are created together. And they create each other together. And how do we do that? It's because it's not long, it's neither short, it's because due to the difference we can have notions of long and short. You have, if you speak about long, there's always a presupposition of short. And that is only due to the difference. So it seems that it is not a dual system, but a triune system. But if you investigate that further, then you also see that neither of those concepts are before or after the other. So there is no time involved. It's a timeless construction. What we also not able to do is a multiple exposure. And in that multiple exposure, if you see the middle line, that is considered as long with respect to the line at the right, and short with the line at the left side. To have 2 things together that are opposites at the same moment, we cannot handle that. In quantum, you are talking, is that possible? And they call it a qubit. And of course, in long or short, we don't have such a measure, but I will, in comparison with that, I will put it long and short in a little oval to show that the concepts are together and not separate. It's not that you can have a triunity like long, different, short. So, but let's investigate that further. Then, oh, sorry. then the paradox is, well, it's inherent in all existence, although we don't see it because we are walking with a short part of it. There is no reason why you have long different short and not short different long. And you see those two, if you put them together and you superimpose them, what you do in quantum physics, then it turns out that you have long short as a qubit and short long as a qubit. These situation, if you see that in quantum notation, they have a special notation to show this situation. That is that the wave function, they call that a wave function, but now it is wave function for existence, is long short minus short long. And that system has quite some remarkable qualities, and that are all the qualities that will be in all other things in life too. So if you see it in the quantum, then you have an entangled state. They have arrow up. That is an electron with spin up, and combined at the same moment with an electron with the spin down, and minus the opposite one. This is called a singlet state. The property of that state is that it is totally entangled. You cannot separate it. You cannot take and sing a part of it. And beside of that, what is really quite new is that in that system, 50% chance for spin up and 50% chance for spin down. And well, in any direction that you like. As long if you don't do any measurement, then you are choosing for a special difference and special direction. But if you have not done that, all possible directions are possible, and they have equal chance, a totally random system. And that is also what we have in general. If you have that system that is double, let me go back one. If you have long short together, that is comparable with the qubit minus and plus the spin. And that is the big difference that you can get, why it is so important. Usually our information system is only with a plus and a minus, a yes and a no. But if you're yes and no at the same moment and not any separation in it, then you get the system of a qubit that was coined by Schumacher in 1995. And you see that it's not two possibilities, but an infinite number of possibilities that can be reached at the same moment. That gives the enormous power in computing specific things. And let's see if we change that now in consciousness and matter. If we substitute for the 0 and the 1, and and we change that in long short, what we have just seen before, and change that again in conscious and matter, then you see in the classical way, then you have matter and conscious are opposite to each other, but they don't exist separately. They exist only in the distinction. And that's what already was mentioned before by Ramanayu, as I read in Naturayu's book on page 178. Only in the presence of an object, consciousness reveals itself. That's old wisdom in India. But you see also at the moment, there is quite some talk about what is conscious, and the statement of Max Planck is quite favorable. Max Planck regarded consciousness as fundamental and matter as a derivative for consciousness. But as we have shown with a long-short difference, in the timeless triunity, conscious, distinction, and matter, it shows that there is no primacy of any of those three concepts that we are using. And so if you are one step further, and you have then the conscious matter also in one concept, then you have the same situation as the qubit with the electrons. That gives this the opportunity that there is not one consciousness, but many. The one that I found was in the Shiva Sutra, the first statement of that manuscript. It says Chaitanya Atma, knowing that Atma has two ways of saying, a short one and a very general one, the small self and the big self. And that means that there are already two types of consciousness. Now, not Professor Natarayu have it in his book. He suggests something else. He has theoretic grades of consciousness whereby he considers essential parts and accidental parts. So there are many more. He sees theoretical, but might be quite reasonable. So Chaitanya in Sanskrit is sorry, too many at least. It comes as the meaning of consciousness, and as most of you will know, it is derived from Chaitanya, and also the meaning consciousness, and finally from the root sit. But in the Dhatu Patu, sit is also assigned a meaning for samyama, meaning unanimity and harmony with. So using sit and using your consciousness should be with the meaning and the intention to be in harmony and to try to keep the unity that we are. And in Sanskrit, you have with the A, you have asatanya, usually it's the opposite, like with conscious and non-conscious, but it is also considered as matter. And then you see that you have spiritual part and the material part that are really together, and you cannot separate what many people try to do all the time. The next one is about the little self. There is the part. People are not often not referring to self. They often mean it only to see their mind. But if you think fairly in the statement is that this self is made of speech, mind, and vital breath. You can see that the vital breath is the force that forces the mind to make a distinction and later on naming it. And after that, you get the consciousness of the meaning what you have found by putting a distinction in that infinite possibilities that you are found in the paradoxes. And so the other part is the large self that's more like a witnesser, and you know much more than I know about it, but I see it always as witnesser that has to be totally clean. And the description is more so for the negative, but it doesn't say that then the meaning is by itself. It's still, you have, for evil, you have an idea of goodness. If you are really free from evil, you wouldn't have an idea of the opposite either. Yes, so to go on that further and go back to the previous situation, I want to show you what can be found in the quantum physics about the singlet system. And that's why what you see, this is a short writing, but in the method of quantum physics, this is not important in that sense. It says that the qubit of conscious and matter minus the qubit of matter of conscious give an entangled state where every direction is possible as long as you do not have a measurement. So the first part is if you do measurements, are you totally free of doing it? Or is there some underlying mechanism that forces you to do it in a certain direction? And that is very hard to do, but there is the last 2 years, there are a big bell test has to be showing that we do have that freedom of choice. But the first thing is, without a distinction, there's consciousness and matter are entangled, and they are occurring in any direction you can imagine. But at the moment you make and choose for a distinction, it collapses. The wave function collapses then, yielding a triunity, conscious distinction matter. In fact, from all the possibilities, you have to make a choice. And in that choice, you are responsible for all what comes out of that. And in the physics part, you are reeling the bit coming out of the qubit. From as you try to measure the qubit and also measure that singlet system, you are collapsed into only a two-type opposite situation that we have discussed before. So matter and conscious, if you put them aside, because that's the system together, you cannot separate. But if you can move it farther away from each other, then matter and consciousness will still remain entangled, irrespective how far they are considered to be apart. And aside of that, from Raamsdonk and Cohen, they have shown, or from Rankels have shown, that holds also universe. If the universe, if you describe it in physics, then there is a tensor model and it's totally entangled. But if you diminishes and diluted that entanglement, the universe will be splitted up. And finally, there cannot be any universe, and even space cannot exist. So entanglement is very, very important. And also, how do we find these things? The latest one, Bell test, and there is a statement, say for instance in set theory, that you have a statement, and what will be the equivalent statement in quantum physics. So that is, I will show you a short Bell test. In the Bell test, it is shown that humans has freedom of choice. Well, how many people are involved in that? In that test, there were 100,000 gamers who tried to generate unpredictable zeros and ones to 13 laboratories all over the world, and they generated almost 100 millions of input for the experiments that were taken all over the world in one full day. And the result was that humans has the freedom of choice. And that challenges also the statement of determinism. Causal determinism is really challenged by this result. And to tell you something, not all people know about Bell test, but I will show you what the idea is. You have a Bell inequality, for instance, in set theory. If you see that A and not B, that is it's the number 1 plus the number 6. And you plus the B and the not C, that's 2 plus 4, that must be greater than 1 plus 4. And you can easily see it, the 6 and the 2 remains, and the 1 and the 4 cancel out. The 6 and 2 are always positive. But now you do that with a quantum, with the system that we are discussing, the singlet system, and you have properties measuring in the A direction and B in the 45 degrees direction, and the C again in the same 45 degrees, then the results from the quantum things shows that it violates the inequality, the simple inequality that I use here as an example for doing the Bell test. This is an example for a Bell test. So where do I come to the conclusions for this short talk? That conscious and matter form an entangled state of superposition, representing matter in consciousness and consciousness in matter. And the second part that I want to put out is the wholeness of the singlet state collapsed with a single distinction, yielding the mutual creation of opposites, a bit of existence that paraphrases Don Wheeler's it from bit into it from qubit. And it in Wheeler's statement is every physical quantity, even space-time. Well, thank you for your sorry. Thank you for your attention, and I'm wishing you an entangled seminar. Thank you. I hope that it went a little bit
Thank
well.
you, Professor. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Yes, I did it in time, I think.
Before time.
Oh, before time. So, oh, yeah, I didn't know. I was a little bit nervous. Yeah, sorry for the.
Okay. You want to take some more minutes, or it's okay now?
Oh, it's okay if someone has questions. I can do it. If you want to see the beginning slide, I think that is very easy.
I want you to explain more the freedom of choice slide, if you can, please.
Oh, I can.
Yeah.
That's the freedom of choice is really important, and there was never only by philosophy to be done. These Bell tests, and this is called the Big Bell test, they find out that it was possible to, if you wanted to choose freedom of choice, then you need human input. And it was in physics, there was always a problem, like also in William von Bohr and Einstein. The traditional way of seeing reality is that we have no influence on the outside world. It's everything is measurable. The velocity of light is the velocity is the it cannot be taken farther than that. But now with this latest experiment that is done in 2016, and 2 years later, it is reported in Nature. They collected 100,000 gamers with a playing, and with the playing they generated 0 and 1s that was sent to laboratories all over the world, doing those double singlet systems, but also with all other. And they also closed many loopholes. This was the locality loophole, for instance, that things cannot be faster than information cannot be faster than the velocity of sound, velocity of light. If you have those consequences, there are particular causal determinism is very difficult to prove. That comes out of the idea, like with Newton, that every is predestined because you have the laws of physics for mathematics. You have the laws of physics in the way in the movement of particles by Newton's law. You have the begin states, and everyone is collected in the mind of Laplace. So everything is then determined. But if that was the case, then it is very difficult to even to complain to the behavior of anyone, because it was not their fault. They were determined to handle like this. But now you have freedom of choice. Then you are responsible for your choice, but also you cannot escape that anymore. And with these really with those gamers, you can easily download the article. I give the article in the end. Let me see where I have it. On the other side, the Big Bell test collaboration. And if you type in your website the archive number as mentioned as there, then you get the whole publication with all the details. And it's not always easy reading, but particularly philosophically, it will be extremely important, because now you have experiments about free will. and those experiences are not questioned. They are very precisely done, and the randomness is also very well checked out in those experiments. And most people have never. I'm always a little bit surprised that this article and this enormous with 100,000 of people involved in one day with laboratories all over the world, that they do not refer many times to these results. It's now 2 years old, so it's time to do it. Any more?
Yeah, I invite the participants to put the questions into the chat box, and Professor, stay with us through the session. And if there are more questions in the chat box, we will take up them after the few more presentations.
Okay, I will wait for that.
Yeah, please.
I think I have to unshare Andy sharing. Let me see how to do that.
And Professor, please, we have a couple of months time, but I expect that you give a complete, comprehensive paper on this topic so that we will incorporate it into the book publication. That is in February, Professor. We are planning it in February. So you have 2 months time, 2.5 months time to please send us the full paper to incorporate it into the book.
Okay, I will do that. And you, of course, I do it with your perusal. You have to look, and so I will work hard for that to make it in time.
Yeah, please. Yeah, we have time. Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you very much.
May I now invite the second speaker of this morning session, session number 5. Dr. Shakuntala Bora, Department of Philosophy, Associate Professor, Guwahati University. She needs no introduction to the faculty and research scholars here and across Indian universities. For those who joined across the continents, she has published 8 books. And the recent one were 2 books. One was on Brahma Sutra, Destruction of Ignorance, from Shankara's Advaita philosophy. And the other one again was on J. Krishnamurti. She published 3 or 4 such titles on Krishnamurti's philosophy. And she is into Vedanta studies, into Krishnamurti studies, and of late she has been teaching Nagarjuna. And this paper is on Vigraha Vyavartani of Nagarjuna, a critique of Pramana, Paddhati, Pramanas. And she will tell us what more is there. We are looking forward to listening to you, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Hello.
Can you mute it? Yeah.
Hello.
Yes.
An Aboriginal uses the contradictions involved in regarding things as independent that are reviewed by his analysis to prove that things are this it takes to be exhibiting the truth of what he considers as goodness having said, everything lacks intrinsic nature. He calls the dependence that which is without intrinsic nature, void, empty. He picks up Kamalas, Kamalas, meanings, his own statement, and good and bad things in the other to show that to consider them as entities or as independent, less reliant is some contradiction. The first is the Brahmanas, and it says that Brahmanas do not exist because they cannot be established. They cannot be established by other Brahmanas. They cannot be established by Pravenas, nor they can be considered as self-established. And whether we can consider that they can remain unestablished, Nagarjuna says, we cannot consider the Brahmanas to be unestablished because if we consider it to be so, it is going to violate Nayayika's own position. Nayayika said that Brahmanas establish everything, or rather, everything is established by Brahmanas. Now, if the claim that Brahmanas are not established by Brahmanas, then it violates their own dictum that everything is established by Brahmanas. Now, Brahmanas, whether they can be established by Brahmanas, and they cannot remain unestablished. Nagarjuna says, Brahmanas cannot be established by other Brahmanas because that is going to lead to infinite regress. So what is the issue about having infinite regress? Why can we not have infinite regress? Nagarjuna says that if Brahmanas are established by Brahmanas, then the Brahmana which is establishing the Brahmana right now needs to be established by other Brahmanas. And that Brahmana will have to be established by another Brahmana. In other words, every Brahmana remains unestablished, and that which is unestablished cannot establish anything. This is the reason why I say Brahmanas cannot establish Brahmanas. The second option is, and this is what Nayayika is actually saying, that Brahmanas, while establishing themselves, also establish the others, or the other way around, that is, when they establish the others or the objects of cognition, then they establish themselves. And these they use the example of fire illuminating itself and others. So Nagarjuna now picks up this example to show that Brahmanas cannot establish the Brahmanas and establish themselves at the same time. But it is basically a criticism of the example fire illuminating itself and others. So first, Nagarjuna says that anything to be called illuminated means that it has to be in darkness before illumination. We say that the pot is illuminated because the pot was in darkness, but it is not acceptable in case of the fire illuminating itself. Fire was not in darkness, then now it's going to illuminate itself. Now can we consider that fire while illuminating acts on itself? Because when we see that fire is illuminating the pot, it is also making the pot hot. So it acts on the pot. So when something illuminates, according to Nagarjuna, following the Nayayika, he says that fire has to act on itself. So in other words, fire will have to burn itself, but that does not happen. So fire cannot illuminate itself. Again, if we accept that fire illuminates itself, we also have to accept that darkness conceals itself, that we do not see darkness concealing itself. In other words, Nagarjuna says that we cannot accept that fire illuminates itself. There is some other. If we say that fire illuminates darkness, it means that fire destroys or obstructs darkness. But when we apply heat to fire, illuminating darkness, then we don't find darkness in fire, that it is going to illuminate the darkness. It's not there. Darkness is not there. So the question of fire illuminating darkness doesn't arise. Now the Mayavika say that is what they mean when they say that fire illuminates darkness. So whenever there is fire, there is not going to be darkness. So Nagarjuna now says that if that is the case, that then fire is to come in contact with darkness to illuminate. The fire is in the scene to be in contact with darkness. And if it is accepted that fire illuminates the darkness without coming in contact, then that a single fire in a single room should be able to illuminate all the darkness in the world, which we do not see as happening. In other words, Nagarjuna says that Nayayikas are not right in saying that Pramana establishes itself and the Pramana at the same time. Now the third option is whether Pramanas are self-established. Now Pramanas cannot be self-established according to Nagarjuna. If Pramanas are considered to be self-established, it would mean that they do not have any relation or they do not have any reference to the Pramayas or the objects of cognition. Now, if they do not have any reference to the objects of cognition, then are we supposed to understand that Pramanas are Pramanas without having any reference to the Pramayas? And if it is the case that they become the Pramanas, a lot of the Pramayas, they are Pramanas independently, in the sense that they are not to be considered as instruments of revealing the objects of cognition. So this is the problem of considering the Pramanas as self-established. Now, are we supposed to consider that the Pramanas are established or in relation to the Pramayas? Because the other options are closed around to the Nayayikas. Now, if we consider that the Pramanas are in relation to the Pramayas, Nagarjuna says that they are not independent, that we are not supposed to understand the Pramana without reference to the Pramayas. So if we don't have any understanding of the Pramanas without the Pramayas, can we consider the Pramanas to be independent? Yeah, they are dependent. And if they are dependent, they are empty, they are void, they are not entities. Now he says that let us not consider that Pramanas are established and then they are again established in relation to the Pramayas. Now Nagarjuna says that even that is not admissible. If something is already established, then we do not need to establish something else. And if they are not established, then there is no need to establish them if they are not related at all. In other words, if something is established, we don't need to re-establish. So that is why we cannot accept that the established Pramanas are again re-established with the Pramanas. Now let us assume that Pramanas are established by the Pramayas, or the instruments of creation are established by the objects of creation. Now there are some problems regarding that. If Pramanas are established by Pramayas, then Pramayas remain unestablished, not being established but rather establishing. That is, if the Pramanas are established by Pramayas, then the Pramayas are establishing, they are not getting established. In other words, the objects of cognition remain unestablished, for which it was assumed that Pramanas are needed. And again, if the Pramayas are considered as established and they are establishing the Pramanas, then why do we need the Pramanas to be established at all? The very necessity of the Pramanas or the instruments of the cognition arose because Pramayas needed to be established. Now, if the Pramayas established, they themselves are being established or trying to establish the Pramana, then we don't need to establish the Pramanas at all. They are already established. Again, and rather, if we consider that the Prameyas are establishing the Pramanas, then Prameyas are becoming the Pramanas. Because objects of cognition are now are establishing the Pramanas, so they are the instruments. And the Pramanas, which are generally considered to be the instruments, by getting established by the Prameyas, are now becoming Prameyas. So there is an exchange of role, and which is what is needed by the Nayayikas. A mutual establishment. That is, let us assume Pramanas establish the Prameyas, and the Prameyas establish the Pramanas. Then if the Pramanas are establishing the Prameyas, and the Prameyas are establishing the Pramanas, then the Pramanas and the Prameyas are being established. The Pramanas are established, trying to establish the Prameyas, and as such, the Prameyas also get unestablished because they are established by something which is not established. And these unestablished Prameyas are not trying to establish the Pramanas, so the Pramanas are also unestablished. So in other words, another Pramanas are established, no, the Prameyas are established. Now can we consider that Prameyas are establishing the Pramanas? The same problem will arise again. That if the Prameyas are establishing the Pramanas, and the Prameyas are again getting established by the Pramanas, that such Prameyas cannot establish Pramanas because they themselves are unestablished, not having anything to establish that. So this mutual establishment of the Pramanas and the Prameyas has been considered by Ramanuja with an analogy of a father and son. If it is considered that the father is the producer of the son and the son is producing the father, then we do not understand who to give the title of the father and whom to give the title of the son. In other words, we find ourselves landing in absurdity, so we consider the Pramanas to be independent as well as the Prameyas to be independent. So he concludes, regarding the Pramana, neither the means of cognition are there, nor the objects of cognition are there. That is, none of them are independent. Actually, Nagarjuna is trying to show that everything is dependent. That is the aim he has got. And he is proving through the Pramanas and the Prameyas that none can be considered as independent, and as such, they are independent. Next picks up the issue of good things, that is what we call it a dharma and adharma. And it says about the dharma, that is, a dharma is a dharma because a good thing is a good thing. And it is a good thing because there is an intrinsic good nature in the good thing. Now, if that is the case, Nagarjuna says that we should be able to point out what is a good thing and what is a good intrinsic nature. Because they are related, they are existent. That doesn't happen. And then we see why it doesn't happen. Now, if we consider that dharma is dependent on certain other conditions, that is, it is a good thing, not because it has got an intrinsic nature, but because of some other causes and conditions, then we are not permitted to call dharma as independent. It is dependent. And if it is not, if it is dependent, then it is not a thing or an entity. So good thing is not a thing. That is what Nagarjuna is trying to say. And we will be having a problem if we consider that good and bad things are so because of the intrinsic nature. That is, they are so because they do have some intrinsic good nature. If a good thing is a good thing because it is good in its nature, or bad thing is a bad because of its intrinsic nature, then it is a clear or should be clear, then that is not going to change. Because the real or an entity doesn't change. That which has got its intrinsic nature is not supposed to change. So dharma is going to stay dharma, adharma is going to stay adharma. And if that is the case, then do we need a case? And the Nayayikas are not going to agree to that. That is, we will not be requiring any ethics. And there is no question of suffering ending. Either there is suffering or there is the ending. There is no question of arising of suffering, and there is no question of ending of suffering. The next entity picks up, accepted by the AI, this is a name. A name is okay. Let us say what it calls a name is not just one word; it is a combination of words designating a name. And the AI will say that name is existent, and the writer is trying to show that name cannot be considered as existent because a name is not independent. And it's a term. It is not a term in proposition, so we say it's a name. Lack of intrinsic nature within code, that is our word. So lack of intrinsic nature, if it is a name, that the writers would say that lack of intrinsic nature is a name because it has got the intrinsic nature, lack of intrinsic nature. And our article said no. The word for the name, lack of intrinsic nature, does not have a lack of intrinsic nature. It's not that. And it takes us the particular name non-existent to show that names cannot be considered an entity or an existent. The name non-existent will be called. If it is considered to have the intrinsic nature of non-existence, then the name non-existent is an existent. And if it is considered that the name non-existent does not have the intrinsic nature of non-existent, then it's not an entity. So either way, name is not an entity. This is what I'm going to show you. The next issue it takes on possession. And it takes on the example of the mirage. That we consider the sand to be the water. We are perceiving the water. And this perception of the water is definitely dependent on wrong eyesight or a wrong psychology. It's not independent. So the perception of the water in the mirage is not independent. So it is dependent. And these are changes into our perception of the sand. So that changes. So the perception has a change, and that which is changed cannot be considered as having an intrinsic nature. It is dependent. And as such, it is not an entity. Not to be takes up the ideas are entities, but he himself says that he is a statement which the ideas are criticized. All things are devoid of intrinsic nature, itself is void. It is empty. Because it is dependent on the ideas of statement that things are of intrinsic nature. So when the ideas say things are with intrinsic nature, the statement emerges. All things are devoid of intrinsic nature. That is why our home statement, all things are devoid of intrinsic nature, itself is a void, it's empty. Now, if it is void, if it is empty, if it is not an entity, then how does it lead? Now, I can say the body has the capacity to lead into truth. And how does it do it? This example, I'm going to quote a long one, but I like the example, and I will read something if I speak in my own language. Now I'm going to say, suppose that in an artificial woman, void of an intrinsic nature, some man should have the false notion that it is really a woman, and as a result of that false notion, should feel desire for her, that the Bhagavata or a disciple of the Bhagavata will create an artificial man, and the later will dispel the false notion of that man through the power of the Bhagavata or the disciple of the Bhagavata. Likewise, by my void statement, comparable to the artificial man, is the prevented idea of an intrinsic nature in all things, which are devoid of an intrinsic nature and comparable to the artificial form. That void can work on that which is not real. Void can work on that which is not independent or which is not an entity. So Nagarjuna's statement does not create truth. It rather reveals the truth by falsifying the false. So the void has got the power to falsify the false. What is false is the claim that the things are with intrinsic nature. The think that things are with intrinsic nature is false. So that thought and an idea can be negated by a knowledge statement. All things are with intrinsic, without intrinsic nature. That if all things are with without intrinsic nature, and this is the truth, the Paramatical truth, the final truth. But for the Phenomenology, the final truth is a note in effect. This is emptiness, the void. And when we realize that there is no intrinsic nature, no intrinsic nature is not an intrinsic nature, there is not an entity. And it is this that keeps everything else and which are dependent intact. Because if it is emptiness which is true, then the origination is true. Independent origination is true, then dharma is true. If dharma is true, then sangha is true. If sangha is true, then all the practices that lead or improve us are also. So it is the emptiness which keeps the dependent intact, because the dependent is not a no thing, it is a body. Thank you.
I'll borrow some time, or I can come there. I'll just come there, so no, it's okay. Thank you, Professor. And as always is the case, it's used, comprehensive, and very argumentative, as would Nagarjuna have liked it. I request the online, offline participants to put their questions into the chat box, please. If any of you have questions on Nagarjuna's philosophy, on the method, please put it into the chat box, or anything related to the topic as well. You have also completed the paper much before time schedules. So, please go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Are saying that there is no thing which has an intrinsic nature. Like if I say Dhariyati is like air flows, water goes down, like what is that? Is it not the intrinsic nature of that particular phenomenon? Water is flowing, that is the intrinsic nature of water. Air is flowing, that is the intrinsic nature of water. So this is one thing. Like if we can proclaim that there is something which we call intrinsic nature in things. So is it in the intrinsic nature? And my second question is that can we propose any foundational pieces like Nagarjuna saying that we cannot establish Paramanas, neither Paramanas can be established now, nor we can establish Paramain, now neither Paramains can be established. So in that position, how would we say that these any foundational pieces regarding Paramana and Paramains, their things will be like how would we know the things at all? So just like that, there was a secret lady in the late 90s that school asked the question to Bertrand Russell and William James that where the world basically exists. So she said that the world basically exists on the back of turtle. So Bertrand Russell asked to that lady, but if that turtle does not exist, where the world would exist? Then that Russell would propose that the world will obviously goes down. So if there is an anti-foundational thesis, where will our knowledge, where will our existence, where will be the our basic foundation of the things exist?
So
you summarize his question for the listeners.
So there were two questions. So the first question was that as the water flows, so it's not flowing the intrinsic nature of water, so that is what makes the water water. And second question is that there is no foundation to anything, as the narrative is saying that there is no foundation at all. Then isn't the world going to fall apart? That is, we are not going to have any form that one. So to the first question, Narajana will say that the flowing nature, actually we do understand the very flowing. How do the flow and the water, actually they are dependent on each other. That is, let us say another example, the fire and the heat. That is, you are understanding as if flowing, that is the intrinsic nature, is separated from the water in the sense that you are using two words, that is water and the intrinsic nature. But then we are trying to combine them, that water has got the intrinsic nature of flowing. What Nagarjuna is trying to say is that we are separating the two concepts of the intrinsic nature and thing, and we are assuming that, and rather we are trying to relate them later. Like fire and the heat, we actually do not understand that as independent. In our concept, they are not, in our understanding, they are not independent. But at the same time, we are analyzing them into as if they are two entities of the water and the intrinsic nature, and then trying to relate them. And that is what he says is the problem. That is, we analyze them, and then we make them separate, and then again try to relate to them. What he would say is that trying to understand water and the intrinsic nature of the flowing and dependent. So neither water is a thing, nor intrinsic nature can be considered as an entity. And regarding the second question, that is whether the world is not going to fall apart or it's not going to disappear, and that is what precisely Nagarjuna would say that this world that we are seeing as it is supposed to go. It is supposed to go in the sense that we are supposed to understand the way we are understanding it as our own understanding. It is something like the water and the intrinsic nature. We are understanding them as a separate and trying to relate them. We are not supposed to understand them as a separate or independent in the first place. And this is the truth. That is, the truth is not going to change actually the things as they are. They are going to change the way we understand them. We are understanding them as independent, trying to relate, trying to separate, trying to either keep them separate or trying to assimilate them. And this is what he says is wrong. The very understanding that things are independent. The world, whatever it is, it doesn't talk about it. It doesn't go into the metaphysical or go into the transcendent as such. But the way we understand, that understanding is wrong. This is what actually it says. So the world that we understand is going to fall apart.
Thank you very much, person. Anybody, do we see questions in the chat box? Yeah, I mean, still you have a 1 hour time. Anybody, offline people, please put the questions into the chat box. So, I have one reflection on that, and that always is the case. His reasoning, I mean, obviously, is very impressive. I'm equally impressed as everybody is. One of the finest subjects that we have seen in India. Not like when you were reading or something like the void has the capacity to change. Void has the capacity to inspire change. Right? This is the kind of critique that I have for the last 1 decade, which I'm carrying against the Buddha, against the Nagarjuna. My critique on their philosophies is that whether it is Nagarjuna or Buddha, I don't find the flaws in the arguments for the argument's sake. And number two, the project of ending human suffering also is successfully achieved by their philosophy. And in Buddha's philosophy, I believe it's a true reflection of Buddha's spirit. it does leads to ending of the suffering. Philosophy says model of living. I believe the ethics of the Bhagavad Gita was careful not to take away all the essence from the dharma. One. And the second aspect is whether it is dharma, whether it is justice, whether it is freedom. These things have a kind of a self-existing nature, self-subsisting nature. If we keep questioning them, it's hard to inspire anybody to conduct themselves in a Vyavahara life, everyday life. This is one contention. And I see historically also that India lost its glory, India lost its that agility to work for the welfare of individuals because of the Buddha species. That's the kind of critique that I have been reflecting upon. It's a very strong critique that I have in that because it's difficult to point the flaws in the kind of arguments that he comes forward based on the dependent theory. He can argue that, he can really argue that, but he doesn't inspire individual life at a Vyavaharika level. But it does lead to suffering, that I can accept. For an individual, it does lead to maybe your reflections on that if you can. And the void has a capacity of a change. In Krishnamurti, he was very careful talking about void has a capacity to change. And then there is something timeless. Continuous talk about the timeless goes with the Shunyata, his teachings also. But then there is other aspect, the other side of the coin, where he's talking that you can't describe the timeless, you don't know that, but there is. That actually those two parts make it more substantial, more inspiring, rather than the dry logic of Nagarjuna. I mean, that's kind of ridiculous.
First, I would like to respond to the first question, that is the void, how does the void actually works on, or how does it bring change? So it is, rather I would say that it is a falsifying the false, because the concept that we already have of whatever it is, or a theme, that is an independent theme, that is false. So it is simply falsifying the false. So according to me, the false have the capacity to falsify the false, not the reality, and whatever we have is not real. And the example we gave was also, of course, that another example I come across is that if the river is not deep, then somebody is thinking that it's a deep river. So I can say the river is not deep, and thereby remove his false notion that the river is deep. So his activities are going to change. So that kind of change can be brought in by false cannot work on the real, false can work on the false, and thus can bring the change. But regarding the second, I cannot say that I'm really optimistic. That is not yet. But in a way, I can feel what Nagarjuna was trying to say and how it is supposed to be, let us say, activity oriented, or how it can make, how it can be drive to more. So when things are, rather than considering as void is empty, but it doesn't say void is a word he uses for saying that it is not an entity. So let us say it is that that is a positive side or positive way of understanding void. That when a thing is understood as void, so the dependent, he uses the word void. So in other words, when it is void, it means that it is dependent. So when things are dependent, it simply means that what I do affects you and what you do affects me. So what I do, it starts affecting every other individual around me, not only me, actually not only around me. You would say that my single activity can affect the whole world. And every other single activity also affects me because I am dependent on others and the others are dependent on me. So that way, if I understand, and that way, I think an Nagarjuna tried to convey, and that is what the last, in the conclusion I tried to say, that if it is emptiness, that if things do not have intrinsic nature, then I can change. Similarly, I can also, if things are dependent on me, on my activities, then I also do understand that my activities do change in other people's lives as well. So that way I feel that the Buddhism or Nagarjuna is not like denying, but it is more like affirming because they are saying that change is possible because things are dependent. If things were with intrinsic nature, then nothing would have affected the actions. Thank you.
This debate can continue for long hours because it continued for the last 3,000 years in India. Mulmul had a question. Before I got lost to reflection, using my chair, I have this advantage. Next is to Dr. Moon. Again, please, this is my second critique. I'm developing a kind of a critique on Nagarjuna and Buddhist philosophy again. So that's turning to a paper for me. The second is accepted that things are all dependent on each other. All the elements, including the air, flows, water, whatever, all the elements, including all the objects of the world, are dependent on each other. Therefore, they lack essence. If I'm correct, that is correct. Padartha is not there. They are not padarthas. What if, hypothetically, what if all dependent objects at a subatomic level, suppose in modern day physics comes up with this idea, Vedanta always has this, but not being a Vedantin at this point. Suppose modern physics comes to conclude that at subatomic level, the particulate matter, all things, though they are dependent, all share the same common property of consciousness. They all have the same property, and that sum total of energy is only changing its forms. So, though they are dependent on each other, yet they are all sharing the same, substance in the form of conscious particulate matter. Therefore, they have an essence. Therefore, they are padarthas. Don't they depend on each other? Yet they are padarthas because all of them at a subatomic level are sharing the same quality of being conscious entities. So the consciousness itself is their essence. Water may be dependent on the flow depends on water. Both share the same commonality of being conscious. That consciousness is their essence. Therefore, they are real. Therefore, they have existence. They're not shunya. They're just not shunya. Only consciousness is changing its forms. It is changing from one form to the other, from energy to matter, matter to energy, from flow to water, water to flow. And therefore, all the objects are actually acquiring the nature of being a substance. They are products. I depend on something else and something else with an x, if it's a y and y and x. But both share the same, the background, the foundational consciousness. Therefore, both are padarthas, both have an existence, number one. And second is, an imaginary deep river can be removed by an explanation that it is imaginary. But there is in fact a Barak river which is literally deep, and I imagine that it's not deep, and I enter. No Nagarjuna is going to save me. In all practical situations, in all practical circumstances, the objects of the world do have an existence and they serve the purpose as long as they are serving the purpose. This is what the bracketing is all about. So I'm not worried about their padarthatva or their shunyata, but I'm worried that they do serve my purpose. And therefore they are padarthas for me. So the the first argument is very interesting for me. They are dependent on each other, but yet they are sharing at a foundational level, they are sharing some quality which is common to everything. So therefore they are all exist. In what way they are not exist?
Well, I wouldn't know exactly how Nagarjuna would have replied, but I guess that he doesn't go to that, that is what, he doesn't go to the transcendental level and he doesn't say what is there. But he says that the way we understand is wrong. So he's not going beyond it, and probably, and that is what I have felt, that probably he has left it to the people who will understand the falsity of his or her own understanding first. And what happens after that is not to be talked about because speculation doesn't make the thing. So that is what I would say. He doesn't talk about it unless and until we reach that level. It is not to be talked about even because we are not even. We are going to deform it. We are going to change it by our own thoughts. That the consciousness also that Shankara talks about. I don't think we understand, and we have deformed it and we have changed it according to our understanding in ignorance, and that is what probably Nagarjuna was afraid to. That if it is talked about to the people who do not, or who haven't crossed this level of ignorance, then there is never ever going to be understanding of it. And the one who crosses is for that. So I think so, but he hasn't said it explicitly. But that much I could get it that he refuses to talk about what is there. He more talks about our wrong way of understanding. I would stop in the sense that because he doesn't say anything, I would like to say anything. If I have to
Dr. Moon has a question. The remaining things we'll take up later. There's the last one. Please, take this. Speak into the mic.
First of all, it's a very good presentation, very engaging and scholarly paper. Then my question actually is partly related to the other speaker, like the other person, great. And the point that I want to know from you is that, as we know in Indian philosophy, metaphysics, epistemology, ethics are all correlated. And as we understand Buddhist ethics, it's very strong. Now, the question that I have in my mind is, how do they actually develop their ethical theory? Whether it is compassion, karuna, all these theory based on this kind of metaphysical theory like Phenomenology or emptiness or dependent origination. Am I clear? Okay.
So, as you know, someone was asking how Buddhist ethics is built up on the metaphysics of emptiness. Firstly, Nagarjuna would never say that it is a metaphysics and it is following Buddha who rejected metaphysics, because metaphysics is about that which exists over here. And Buddhist, especially the Mahayana Buddhist and Buddha himself, they refuse to accept that there is anything at all. And I would say that they argue basically that it is because there are no kings that it is actually survived. So I will be away replying to Dr. Nataraju. That is when we understand that kings are not independent, when kings are not independent entities, and rather they are dependent on each other, it is easy. And in fact, it is easier because kings are independent. There is I depend on you depend on me, others depend on me, I depend on everybody else. So if that is really understood that we are dependent on every other in the universe, then I also understand that what I do affects others and what anybody or everybody does in the universe also affects me. And it is not only related to the human beings, it is related to everything sentient in the universe. Even my activity affects others, and others' killing also affects me. So it is becomes valid actually according to the Buddhist because of voidness, because of emptiness, because things are not there, rather they are empty. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thanks. No, you be here, no problem. I'll just put this one. May I now? Thank you, Mr. May I now request Professor Lakshmikant Padiji, Department of Philosophy, North Bengal University, to speak on the area of applied ethics and the methodologies involved. He's also, doesn't need much introduction to faculty and research scholars in India. Has been serving for a few decades in the North Bengal University Philosophy Department. He was heading the department recently, and he's the editor of their journal, Philosophical Papers, which is now peer-reviewed and UGC care listed. So all those prospective research scholars and faculty who need a care-listed journal publication, here is a resource person for you. This has more Vyavaharika aspect to it. Nothing is shunya about it. so please, it's more important that we take care of our careers, we take care of promotions, and then comes shunyata and maya. So we need to be very careful about bright scholars like Shankara and Nagarjuna and conduct our life thinking that they are very, 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 very deceptive personalities. So one interesting thing, students are listening. Students, you are listening to what I'm saying. Yes. One just example for them, and I'll give you the mic. When I said be careful about Shankaras and Nagarjunas, one anecdotal story from Shankara Digvijayam. It's from the Vidyaranya Bharati. Shankara's tradition, they consider that it's very authentic. From Shankara Digvijayam, in Shankara's class on Mayavada, on Brahmasutra second chapter, you have a lot of reflections on the Maya theory. I mean, very few instances it comes, but then, and in a couple of Upanishads, in Shvetashvatara and in Mundaka, otherwise it doesn't come. So he was a younger teacher, and the disciples were very old, Sureshwara and then Padmapada, Hastamalaka, old people. So he taught them that the unreal nature of the world. Instead, it is actually, it is indescribable for the Vedantins rather than unreal. It is indescribable, anirvachaniya satta. It is neither real nor unreal kind of. And then the word was about Maya. It became very popular. Actually, in his time, it was not so popular as it became popular later. And as Karl Marx was not a Marxist, so was Shankara was not a Mayavadi, not a follower of the Maya theory, for God's sake. After the Maya theory class, in between the class, what happened was a wild elephant started running towards Shankara. You know, he had old disciples and he's a young person into 20s. And do you know, students, I don't want feedback. Forms are not important. This feedback is important. No, you should pay attention. So, do you know who was the first person to run away from that place? It was the Shankara who ran away before the disciples could run away. The one who was teaching about the illusory nature of the world and the objects. Elephant should have been considered very illusory, not real. If that is the case, he was the first one to run away according to Shankara Digvijaya. Then Sureshwara had put the question, Sureshwara Acharya, what is this, you were the one, you should have been staying there. We should have been running. And you know the answer from Shankara, as clever as Nagarjuna's answers. You know, if Hasti is Midya, Palayanam is also Midya. If elephant was unreal, my running away was also unreal. You saw two unreal things, one false and the other falsifying. So therefore it was so be careful with all these brilliant people whom you come across only in philosophy, nowhere in science. In science, there is agreement. I made these remarks. In science, there is agreement on theories, in agreement on technologies. By and large, people agree. In social sciences, humanities, and languages, even when we show that your theory is wrong, even when we show that there are contradictions built into it, no philosopher has ever agreed that there is some falsity into theories, whether they are a Marx follower or whether Shankara follower or Nagarjuna's follower. This we need to be careful and understand. This is the problem that we have in philosophy. In sciences, this does not happen. As it happened in Einstein's case, if he wrote in his science books that the light bends, if you read that general theory of relativity book, 20 pages, the light bends was his thesis, hypothesis, never tested. He had an opportunity to test when it was a solar eclipse. During the solar eclipse, the falsifiability theory comes there. Who is Karl Popper talks about the falsifiability theory. So during solar eclipse, Einstein could check that whether the light bends through an object or does it go in the straight lines. And if it does not bend, the next day Einstein was ready to change his mind and accept that no, my theory was wrong. This never happens with the Marxists, with the Shankarites, with the Nagarjunites. You can show them that, look, you are wrong, your theory has inbuilt contradiction. No, you have not understood me. This is not what I am saying. You have never understood me. No. This is how you should understand. So there is this problem with the humanities, social sciences, and language literature fields. The falsifiability is a problem. Karl Popper was brilliant when he brings up this idea between science and philosophy. So without taking much of your time, mine is turning more into a paper. So, so this is the advantage of being director of a seminar. So you can, people, because of the TA bills and payments, they don't complain much. So thank you very much, and please, Professor Lakshmikant Padiji, you will speak into this.
People can hear. Max can hear.
सदाशिव समारंभं शंकराचार्य मध्यमाम् अस्मत् आचार्य पर्यन्तं वंदे गुरु परंपरा. Respected Chair Professor Nataraju, the coordinator of this seminar, the departmental colleagues of Professor Raju, I Munmun, Dr. Mungun Chakravarti, Dr. Vinasmita, Mia. I can find some of the renowned scholars in the country, Professor Chauhan, Professor Shakuntala Mora. I can find Arup here and Sasi Mahan. I'm thankful to everybody that this seminar and yesterday specifically Professor R.P. Singh was making a distinction between method and methodology. With all due respect to Professor Devashish Guha from Allahabad University and Professor Santosh Kumar Pal, interpretation of applied ethics, with due respect, a few words about applied ethics. My contents, my objective of this presentation, the target of this presentation is my students. Because yesterday applied ethics, and today on the same topic, but it has a different angle. So my target is my students and the students and research scholars, those who are sitting over here. See, what you mean by applied ethics? You know what is ethics. Understanding of applied ethics, you can find definition and there is a wider definition. Indeed, it seems doubtful that applied ethics is best defined as the application of general ethical theories to particular moral problems. This is a narrow definition. But there is a wider definition or a weaker definition which says that applied ethics refers to any use of philosophical methods. Mind, it is talking. I'm talking about philosophical method, not methodology. Philosophical methods to treat moral problems, practices, and policies in the professions, technology, government, and the like. This broader usage makes no commitment to the place of general theories or principles that does not insist on problem solving as the goal. Methods in applied ethics does not make ourselves to solve the problem. This is the basic characteristic of the definition of applied ethics. It may be the common understanding that the term within the profession of philosophy, but it would be viewed outside philosophy as reflecting a significant disciplinary biasness. I mean, applied philosophy is interdisciplinary in character. It brings discussion from economics, it brings discussion from sociology, anthropology, so even in political science. So there is a branch called political philosophy. So in this sense, applied ethics is multidisciplinary in character, which invites a lot of criticism. Now, having said this, let me go straight to my presentation today. You know, when you define applied ethics, there are basically three classics of applied philosophy. The first classic is Theory of Justice by John Rawls in 1971. The second is The Principle of Biomedical Ethics by Tom Bocham, that is in 1977. And the third classic is Peter Singer's Applied Philosophy or Practical Ethics in 1979. So these are the classic in applied philosophy, and this is the background of applied philosophy, which 21st applied philosophy depends upon. Now, when my title of my presentation is Methods of Applying Ethical Theories or Ethical Values and Frameworks. What I am going to say today is I will define the three basic models of applied philosophy. In the conclusion, I will give some of the arguments from Mahabharata and also what is the 21st century discussion of applied philosophy. I mean, how applied ethics is discussed or criticized or analyzed in 21st century, specifically today after this pandemic or pre-pandemic era. So when we are, the method of applied ethics are how we arrive at justification, that is demonstration of sufficient reason for someone's claim. In other words, we are trying to understand how can you demonstrate significant reason or set of reasons for the claims that we make about what we believe, what is right and what is wrong. So giving argument or giving sufficient reason that what I am going to do or what I am going to say right or wrong, and making a distinction between justification of argument are two things. See, giving argument and making a distinction between what is wrong and what is right, both are two things. One is theoretical, another is judgmental or practical. When we are talking about values, we are talking essentially about the concepts that we and I hold closer, that guide our attitude, our behaviors. In the Shastra, it is talked about behavior, Agama Shastra, Achara Shastra. It is said that Agamanam hi sarvesam, Achara sreshta uchyate, Achara prabhavo dharma, dharmat ayu vivardhate. I mean, whatever Agama Shastra was there or were there, Achara Shastra is the best Agama Shastra in the theory of applied philosophy. I mean, in the theory of philosophy actually. And dharma, achara dharma is the sreshta dharma. And that is also mentioned in the Mahabharata. In the last part of my presentation, I'll focus on that. See, on the one side there are values, and the other side there is utilitarianism, there is hedonism, there is consequentialism, there is liberal individualism, there is social conduct theory, there is communitarianism, there is natural law theory by Aquinas. So one side there are values, on the other hand there are some framework. Now the task of an applied philosopher or applied ethics is to how to apply these theories into that framework. What are the methods? That methods are the three models. The first model is top-down model. Professor Santosh Pal was that model, but I will criticize that model. That model is that kind of a model. What is the gist of this model? Top-down model takes a set of values or ethical theory and then applies it to all situations in all circumstances. Actually, according to this top-down model theory, general norms that go along with a given framework has preeminent status. In this model, an judgment through normative principles, and we will cover the judgment through the normative principles. In this model, the pre-existing general principles are applied to new particular situations. This model conforms to the way in which virtually all persons learn to think morally. In this model, there are some general principles, and we should abide by that principle. We should not violate that principle. That principles are the universal law in the terms of Kantian categorical imperative. For example, suppose I say that a protection of human life is obligatory. মানুষের জীবনকে রক্ষা করাটা প্রত্যেকের দায়িত্ব। এটা যদি প্রথম প্রধান আশ্রয় বাক্য হয়, ফার্স্ট আর্গুমেন্ট হয়, then the second is a prisoner is a human life. Look, the first is protection of human life is obligatory. The second proposition says that a prisoner is a human life. So the conclusion is protection of a prisoner is obligatory. So the argument is very simple, and the argument is derivative here. The conclusion is derivative. Derivative means it is not relative, it is absolute in nature. So top-down model is talking about absolutism. But in philosophy, nothing is absolute. Specifically in practical philosophy, nothing is absolute, and you can find it what is theory of nature. Even if you can find it in Patna relativism, which is dead against of absolutism. So this argument is very simple. It does not look at what a prisoner did, what punishment may be given to the prisoner. It does not look at the protection of other human lives in terms of society. It says that we must in all circumstances protect human life. Whether it is a prisoner, whether it is a dacoit, whether it is a killer, we have to protect human life. So according to this general principle, we have to preserve human life. But there are some criticism, there are some limitations to this argument, to this top-down model. The limits to the top-down model is way of applied ethics. It's limited because if it is presented as the only correct model, then theories and principles have priority over the instances of traditional practices, inter-institutional rules, and case judgment. Top-down model talk about absolute rules. If absolute rule is preserved, then there will be no possibility of institutional rules, traditional practices, even if some of the case judgment. Everything is not absolute. Man, a human being is relative to the nature. So it becomes very obscurity or absolutistic in nature to be treated, to be treated. So it does not talk about constructivism. It does not talk about cultural values. It does not talk about divergence in the traditional practices. So this top-down model is not accepted. Now the second theory which I am going to talk about is bottom-up model. What is that model? In this model, specifically, we are talking about an inductive generalization. I mean, that was deductive, this was inductive. In this model, we use cases and what we refer to as inductive generalization. This is also sometimes referred to the case-based reasoning. I mean, the case-based reasoning argument. There are significant, and in this case-based reasoning, what we look at is the individual cases. So we look at one particular ethical question without really taking into account the ethical principles that might guide our reflection. So what is given, the preeminent status in the top-down model is not significant in the bottom-up model. So basically, in the bottom-up model, we talk about experiences, we talk about case studies, we talk about analogies. So thus experience and analogy have preeminent status in the bottom-up model. In this model, we move essentially from experience, and then from there we go to judgment. So we make judgment depending upon the experiences. In other words, the meaning, the function, and the principle are derived from previous moral struggles. So in top-down model, in bottom-up model, the conclusion is derived from the premises. So the model really says that ethical decisions are made when principles, rules, and right are conflict with each other. But this theory has also certain limitations. This theory ignores the fact that the way of creating an analogy between the two rule or principle of action. In other words, it is virtually impossible to separate different circumstances, different situations that a person may encounter from the values that we hold. And then finally, if this is used exclusively, then there is a complete ethical relativism. So in this bottom-up model, we are talking about relativism, and relativism is different from person to person. So this bottom-up model is also not accepted by the 21st century applied philosophers. Then the third model comes to the picture, which is called as integrated model or some kind of coherentism. You know, in epistemology, when we talk you go to Leher's definition of knowledge, you can find that Leher is basically a logician. fundamentally believe career that ethics is a process, it is not a product. Every day you are learning something new, and every day you are gathering a newer and newer experiences. That experience may not make you perfect, but that experience may make you in making judgment, but we should process when we are passing judgment. So, uh, uh, we need to assume that in applied ethics, we face a never-ending search for coherence and for novel situations that challenge our current moral framework. It is always questionable whether applied ethics has a distinctive method or type of justification. Applied philosophers appear to do what philosophers have always done. They analyze concepts, examine the hidden presuppositions and hypotheses of moral opinions and theories. They offer criticism and constructive accounts for the moral phenomena in question and criticize strategies that are used to justify beliefs, policies, and actions. They seek a reasoned defense of moral viewpoints, and they are considered judgments and moral frameworks or theories to distinguish justified moral claims from unjustified moral claims. They try to stimulate the moral imagination, they promote analytical skills, and without prejudice and induce emotion, false authority, and so on. From this perspective, differences between traditional ethical theory like utilitarianism and Kantianism, applied ethics can be easily exaggerated. In most of the philosophy journals published today, both applied and theoretical work, there is no sharp line of demarcation between the concept of normative ethics and ethical theory in applied ethics. Thus, the applied theoretical distinction therefore needs to be used with caution and a deep sense of respect. If we go to the Mahabharata comes to an end. Vyasadeva is asking, Vyasadeva is a title, and he is Krishna Dvaipayana because he is Krishna because he belongs to Jadava Vansha, and he is Dvaipayan because he lives in an island. It's Krishna Dvaipayana Vyasadeva. He asks Sri Krishna, Urdhva Bahu Viramyesa Nacha Kaschit Sunati Me Dharmat Arthascha Kamascha Sakimartham Na Sapyate. Vyasadeva is asking Sri Krishna, everything is finished except the Pandavas. No one is living. But because of the sake of dharma, you made this war into ऊर्ध्व बाहु विरम्य से 2 हाथ खुले दिए थे दोनों हाथ ऊपर करके पूछ रहा है व्यासदेव श्री कृष्ण को धर्म क्या है then Sri Krishna answers ऊर्ध्वबाहु विरम्य स न च कश्चित् शृणोति मे धर्मात् अर्थश्च कामश्च स किमर्थं न सेव्यते धर्मात् dharma to Professor Bora's presentation in spiritual development is there in Nagarjuna's philosophy. Everything is neti, negative. Then how spirituality can be developed? In this way, if you go to Mahabharata, you can find that by the concept of dharma, you can develop your spirituality. Dharma, arthascha, kamascha. So, acquisition of property. Dharma, arthascha, kamascha. Without dharma, there is no artha. Without dharma, there is no kama. So dharma, arthascha, kamascha, sakimartham na sabhyate. In 21st century applied philosophy, if we understood dharma, then only we can say that from this pandemic, also from the disasters. Because what I believe that, see, a philosopher's or philosophy teachers or a philosophy student's job, or the job of applied ethics is not to solve all the problems in the world. I am not here to solve all the problems in the world, but I am here to avoid myself in creating problems. I'm not here to create problems. As long as I am here, my utmost responsibility and obligation is to not to create any problems. If knowingly or unknowingly, directly or indirectly, I have caused some problems, my responsibility is to repair that damage. And that obligation, that responsibility is called ethics of responsibility. Because I am not here to solve all the problems. My duty and responsibility is to avoid myself in creating problems. And that is the understanding of 21st century applied philosophy. And you can find lot of examples in Mahabharata, specifically in Ramayana. And also you can find a lot of example in our Shastra, specifically Chanakya Shastra. But that examples can be implemented with a particular context, because applied ethics, before doing applied ethics, people should understand in which context it is being said. We must be precise. We should not be ambiguous in nature. With these few words, I stop here. Thank you everybody for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Completed?
Oh, great. Thank you, Professor. I mean, in between, sorry, you know, the organizational things, and then I missed the part of it. Yeah, but you started with Achara Prabho Dharma, Dharmasya Prabhurachitaha. Achara Prabho Dharma, Achara is the very basis of Dharma. Was the beginning of this talk, and anybody from here has a question or some reflection on what from you have been listening 2-3 papers on the same area. Yesterday, Professor Santosh Kumar Palji had covered the area, and today, of course, he contested some of the points. That's how it is. Put the questions into the chat box. Yeah, Professor Dr. Arut, please. Come here, please.
Yeah.
Please. And then speaking to mic, please. Take it into the mic. Yeah, please.
Thank you for a very simple question to you. What is, in your opinion, which one is it about? Universalism or relativism for the purpose of for creativity? Which one you think that you start?
But a serious question.
And those who love philosophy, they ask simple questions with serious things in mind.
Serious consequences.
Look, what I believe, I reminded a point which was developed in Ramayana. Everything is contextual. Everything has its own perspective. One day, Ramchandra asked Hanuman, "How do you see me? I am your bhakta, I am your God, but sometimes it seems to me that you are a God to me. Then how do you see me?" Then Hanuman replies, "Deva buddhya daso aham, jiva buddhya tadam sakha, atma buddhya tvamevaham, iti me nishchita mati. The beautiful answer given by Hanuman. Deva buddhya daso aham. When I think myself as a body, I am the servant. Jiva buddhya tadam sakha. When I think of myself as mind or consciousness, I am a part of you. Atma buddhya tume vaham. When I see you as my Atman, you and I are the same. So, Arun, it is the perspective that from which context you are asking the question. The best reply is given in Ramayana, and the best reply can be found in Rorty's Mirror of Nature. Even if in Putnam's relativism. I personally, for the last 20 years of my career, I don't believe in absolutism. Absolutism it gives you much more problem rather than solution. But if you are relative, that, maybe your cultural norm, your traditional practices, your prejudices, your biasness is there. But being a teacher and being a seeker of philosophy, my understanding is to relativize it in a proper context and to understand on which context this problem is raised. There is a problem. There is an example I have skipped it in this presentation. Suppose the top-down model. Suppose a thief comes to your house. A thief comes to your house and wanted to kill one of the member of your family. The family member is inside the home and knocking at the door. He asks this question: "Where is that member? I want to kill him." Then you must lie. Then, no, he is not here. This is the argument. This is the response that every common person, commonsensically, is given. So absolutism is not a fruitful product in applied ethics. It's relativism that is also not a full-fledged product, but it's coherent. In epistemology, we find coherentism in Lehrer, we find coherentism in Hegel, we find coherentism specifically in Aristotle's eudaimonia, Nicomachean ethics. So there is nothing absolute, there is nothing relative, but we have to make a coherential understanding between the two. So neither Kantian model nor the utilitarian model is applicable in the 21st century discussion of applied philosophy.
You have a question? You asked him several years. Now again, sir, he doesn't know. Professor Shakuntala first. She raised her hand first. Yeah.
Basically, it's about contextualism that I have that question. So you were referring to non-key human beings, and there should be sort of non-violence towards distinction. We say that is also contextualist. The behavior we have, but you have been referring to that when a thief comes and we lie. Lying is a behavior, but protection life is absolute. So don't you think that a thief has to have an absolute principle behind so that other things can be considered as a relative, but beyond relativism without the basic principle that the impacts that things have to extend.
Yes, that's a good question. Thank you. That's a good, proper understanding of the context. Thank you, Dr. Bora. See, when I said that relativism, I am relativizing it to a proper context. When I am talking about absolutism, I am absolute about the principles. My principle says that never lie. But when the context comes, Nareva Gunjareva Sattama Hata, the very beautiful example in the Mahabharata, because Yudhishthira was considered as Dharmaraj, but he has to speak a single sentence lie. And because of that, he has to go to the Naraka. See, the context is very much important here. That's why we have to understand in applied philosophy, specifically when we are talking about the, white lies. There is a subject, there is a branch of applied philosophy which discusses about white lies. And Yudhishthir's concept is white lies. So here, the dacoit comes and to kill one of my family member. Maybe not only dacoit, anything, any person who is causing violence to my family. Definitely, I have to weed away my family members to a certain extent, and I have to talk lie. That is a context of that. Does not mean that I am a liar. So becoming a liar and and avoiding truthfulness for a context are two different things. So we have to relativize two things, not in the same platform, but it is from a different platform. That is my understanding.
Yeah, practical.
We're practical, yeah, not lie.
Yeah, you have.
Only 1 second.
No, please. I mean, I will give to you. I have one small point for reflection. If the thief comes and asks a husband or a wife about the other, they may show. Be careful. It's not always that they will lie. Sometimes they may wantedly show that look in the other room. So be careful. Thank you. Excuse. I mean, नहीं ज्यादा एक्सपीरियंस्ड लोग सामने है ना थोड़ा चुप रहा.
Thank you, Srikant, for your wonderful presentation. Actually, it's not a question. It's a kind of thing that I want to put in. Try to apply daily life.
You did PhD under him and awarded.
Yeah.
Now you can say.
So let's take an example. Suppose one extinct species is going to die, only one species here. And you have given the responsibility to keep in a safe position. But in a certain situation, it happens that either you have to die, but an extinct species that has to be died. So what will you do? Whether you will die, or the extinct species will die. If it is died, does the whole human being has in a ground?
Yes. Yeah, that is a beautiful reflection. See, there is an argument in environmental philosophy. There is a beautiful argument that is called first man argument. And the first man argument may be translated as last man argument. It was introduced by my reflection on this argument is something different. Suppose you have given absolute power, and you are the only person in this world who can destroy life, who can survive the life in the earth. Now you have one problem before your hand. That lot of people are killed without having food. You are absolutely powerful. You can do everything, but you have one problem, that lot of people are killed because they are not getting food. Now, what will you do? There are three options. If you are absolutely powerful, means you can kill all the people. Na rahega baans, na bajegi bansuri. You killed all the people. I am the powerful people. The second option is, तुमने उन लोगों को खाना दिया. ठीक है? The first thing is I killed all the people. The second thing is मैंने उनको खाना दिया. I feed them. The third option is if you kill 20% people, then 10% people will be getting food. Now, what will be your option? From these three options, what will you choose? Everybody will say, no, I am absolutely powerful. भाड़ में जाए दुनिया मेरा क्या, मैं पावरफुल पर्सन हूं, मार दो सबको. सेकंड थिंग, तुम कुछ नहीं किया, बैठ गया तो चुपचाप मर जाए सब. Third thing is, if you kill 20% of the population, then 10% can get food. But there is also a possibility of a fourth option, and the philosophers, specifically practical philosophers, those who are practicing or doing philosophy, they opt for the fourth option. That option is, you are absolutely powerful. You give food all the people. You are powerful. Why do you kill the people? And why do you remain silent? And why do you kill 20% of the people from the population? You better give food to all. Sarve bhavantu sukhina. These are some of the very commonsensical example in applied philosophy. And if you go to Peter Singer's applied philosophy, the very introduction says that what ethics is and what ethics is not. You can get a distinction between the two, and you will have every answer in Peter Singer's book. That's why, and Saucy, you ask this question, I request you go through that book. Tom Regan's The Case for Animal Rights. Very introductory chapter. He has written beautifully. And the same line of thinking is found in the Vedas, specifically in the Markandeya Purana. So you can find everything is there. Thank you. Thank you.
You have lost. No, Dr. Raj. This is the last one. The last.
Good afternoon. I totally agree with Arup when he plays your paper. It's very nice presentation. I have many questions, but I will reduce it into only two. How will your practical ethics, practical philosophy, like applied ethics, address to the problem of migration, refugee, citizenship? Because you talk about relativism and contextualization and coherentivism. So there's some kind of conflict in the case of, say, boundary, especially that is what citizenship, migration, and refugee. Another thing is applied ethics more concerned with moving towards the idea of justice, or is it about addressing the injustice? Which one will you prefer? Thank you.
Yeah.
Very brief. Very brief. Professor Thomas is waiting.
Yeah, the first question is regarding migration and citizenship. See, look, you have to understand the context first. And relativism is very much important there. And to the second question, this theory of justice, if you go through the concept of distributive justice, I think you will get the better answer from Rawls' theory of justice. Because don't go to Socrates and don't go to Plato also. But if you go to the Rawlsian theory of justice, I think you can get a better answer.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. And this session has one more paper by Dr. Shashi Mohan Dasji. I actually requested him already, and we postponed this paper to 1 o'clock session because Professor is already waiting there for the last 15-20 minutes. The session we got start the next session paper. We apologize for that. And may I now invite Professor S.P. Singh Chauhan ji to chair here, and he is Professor of Department of Philosophy, Hindi, and is head of the department. He is associated with Philosophy Department and several seminars, just to coordinate this session. And may I now request Professor, good afternoon, Professor, and welcome to this seminar. You need to unmute, Professor. Yeah. Can you unmute, Professor Thomas?
Yes. May I start now?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, and welcome to this seminar, 3-day seminar on philosophy and method. And thank you very much for being associated with Philosophy Department in Assam University. We remember your lectures during the Sartre centenary when you were invited by Professor Gautam Vishwas to our department. I was sitting there in the front row. I still remember that. And thank you very much for being part of this departmental academic activities. Professor V.C. Thomas needs no introduction to faculty and research scholars in India. His work on phenomenology is known to all of us, and there is a phenomenological study circle, if I'm not wrong, in Chennai, Yeah, and Akoizam is sitting in front of me and she's nodding that yes, it's the case. We also see some of the research scholars, part of the center, starting to join our Zoom program. And here there are around 40 to 50 research scholars and students sitting in this conference hall, and another 30 to 40 on the Zoom platform. So professor has 2 lectures. When we had discussion, he proposed that not one, but he would deliver 2 lectures, which the organizers agreed upon. And today's lecture focuses on transcendental phenomenological method of Husserl. And tomorrow it's on Heidegger's, hermeneutics, and then the kind of changes that he has brought into Husserl's method. So now I leave it to you, Professor Thomas, for your talk. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for giving me this welcome. I'm happy to come back to Assam University once again. Hello. Are they listening? Can they hear? Hello. Can you hear
Professor,
me?
we can see you and hear you. Very much, very much. We can see you, we can hear you. Proper, it's proper. Please go ahead.
I am very happy to be associated with this department once again. I visited this department a long time ago when my good friend and classmate Dr. Gautam Biswas was HOD. I delivered lectures there on the occasion of the birth centenary of Sartre. I think I evaluated 1 or 2 PhD theses for you. Well, in fact, I must say this, that look, Gautam Biswas was a good phenomenologist. His book, Art as Freedom, is a good book, on a very good book on phenomenology of aesthetics. If you have not read it, please read it. I'm very happy to say that my good friend Chobdam Nonglan is present there. His name I can see here. Well, to introduce myself, I'm a retired professor now, but busy with my studies, my research activities. Over and above all that, we are busy with the Center for Phenomenological Studies. The last program that we had was that in Shantiniketan, we had a series of lectures on phenomenological ethics. Thereafter, Corona came and, well, nothing could be done. We started publishing a journal called Chetana, Journal of Philosophy. Well, we got, I am very happy to say we got ISSN number just recently. In the light of that number, we have released the 2nd issue of the journal. In future, there will be no delay with regard to the issue of the journal simply because issues are ready. In fact, the next issue, which is to come out in the month of January, is almost ready already. In case any of you wish to subscribe to that journal, please write me. Please send me your email ID. Chokdam or Nadarajulu will be able to give you my email ID. Absolutely no problem. We will be sending it free of charge to everybody. Now, coming to today's and tomorrow's program, I will be delivering 2 lectures. Today, I will be speaking about Husserl's phenomenological method. Tomorrow, I will be discussing Heidegger's phenomenological method, that is hermeneutical phenomenology. To begin with today's program, well, I prefer to read it from the paper to make sure the rigor of the language is maintained all the time instead of speaking extrovert. Here and there, I will speak extrovert, but also and I will be speaking, reading out from the paper. Husserl's transcendental phenomenological method. It involves 3 steps. 1, natural attitude. 2, elimination of natural attitude. or suspension of natural attitude. It is also called epoche, or sometimes it is also called bracketing of natural attitude. And third one is phenomenological reductions. Natural attitude and its suspension. By raising the question of self via cogito ergo sum, Descartes commenced a radical way of philosophizing. But instead of leading cogito to its profound and logical conclusions, Descartes went astray with his God talk and other things, primarily outside the domain of philosophy. Phenomenology starts with the explicit methodological decision to attend exclusively to that which presents itself in its full range of one's perception exactly as it is. The phenomenologist cannot assume that that which presents itself to his senses is real. The basic assumption is a belief that there exists an external world independent of my consciousness. This is the most primary, or in fact, the only assumption or presupposition that we possess according to Husserl. Suppose exclude or deny the external world. There is no nihilation in phenomenology. All that Husserl does is to suspend the contention regarding the existence of the external world, though to be existing independent of my consciousness. The reality of the external world to which events are rooted is taken for granted. In other words, Husserl places in abeyance the general thesis of the natural standpoint or common belief that independent existence of the external world. This belief is neither started in a presupposition nor formulated article of faith. It's an unstated, implicit theme of our common sense related to natural nature. Husserl proposes to suspend this attitude or belief, calling it epoche, a Greek terminology originates from the skeptic tradition. This suspension enables my awareness of the very meaning of natural standpoint. That is, shifting my attention from the object of my consciousness to the consciousness itself. This shift does not erase the world and everyday dealings with the world, but instead this shift focuses their existence to their meanings and essences. Epoche is a necessary condition for phenomenological procedure. It is a natural attitude that we live a life of presuppositions, either metaphysical or epistemological. Husserl wishes to suspend all such presuppositions. In fact, from his perspective, there is only one major epistemological proposition that there exists a world independent of consciousness. The Aristotelian contention that subject, object, and predicate leads to substance is an excellent example of epistemological presupposition. There are also metaphysical or existential presuppositions regarding the bodily and the bodily life. But it is not religious beliefs how their metaphysical and existential presuppositions, as well as such presuppositions are technically described Husserl as a natural attitude, or there can also be what is called cultural presuppositions, assumptions regarding the validity of the central concept of predecessors and the natural, as in the case of Marx Hegel dialectical method, suppositions regarding the purpose of philosophy and the like. He demands that such presuppositions no matter their origin, must be suspended. A presupposition philosophy, according to Husserl, does not mean like erasing your presuppositions, but instead they are rendered explicit and elucidated through phenomenological inspections and evaluation to the best of one's abilities. With this in mind, this lecture will examine the following: Husserl's treatment of natural attitude, how to suspend the natural attitude, how to establish the primacy on primordiality of consciousness. There is a transcendental ego, which Husserl collectively describes as phenomenological reduction. There are 4 points to the there are 4 points built into the notion of natural attitude. One, that there exists an independent that exists a world independent of consciousness. Second, I shift my consciousness away from the world and its transcendence towards consciousness, directly to itself. Third, I attend exclusively my consciousness to one that is reflective or turning upon itself. And finally, I describe my consciousness. The epistemological issue that led Husserl to framing the phenomenological notion of reduction is a concept of natural attitude, which one needs to relinquish in order to enter the phenomenological philosophy and assume phenomenological point of view. Are there any compelling reasons to do so? What does natural attitude designate? Husserl renders a thoughtful and modern interpretation to the traditional distinction between opinion and knowledge found in what is called Plato's philosophy. It affirms natural attitude is a naive, pre-philosophical attitude lacking in subject relatedness. It affirms independence of nature from consciousness, a philosophy that believes in its in it is bound to and can operate in a realistic level, and therefore cannot critique transcendental philosophy. This was Husserl's weapon against the heretics who twisted it to continue the principles of transcendental philosophy without accepting the consequences of natural attitude or reduction. Natural attitude is our normal, engaged, absorbed attitude that conceals extraordinary in the ordinary, the strange in the common, the hidden in the obvious, the process in its cheap. It is complex constellation of attitudes that underlie our ordinary sense of the world. Natural attitude is a standard belief or a real or actual existence of the world. It is fundamental, unstated thesis that holds that there is a real external space, world, in time, and familiar to all men. All our doubts, fears, anxieties, questions, hypotheses, and assumptions presuppose natural attitude due to deep-rooted prejudice in the natural sciences. Natural attitude is general philosophical orientation which treats the total range of all mental activities as essentially related to and part of the events occurring in nature. As a consequence of which natural sciences and their methodology begin within the philosophical presuppositions and implicit metaphysical commitments. In natural attitude, we are interested in things in terms of qualities and properties. With that, what objects are. We are absorbed in our mundane projects.
Oh, I say sound.
We are absorbed in our mundane projects and earthly plans. In it, we ignore their modes of investigations. First and foremost, there is a natural attitude that live in it and forms a religious experience, namely the attitude of mundane experience. Descartes also brings into question the legitimacy of the natural world and points out that grounding a natural attitude is necessary. Epoche, suspension of the natural attitude. Epoche is a suspension of metaphysical and epistemological presuppositions and judgments about the world and its entities. It is to withhold our judgments about the truth or falsity of our belief, to abstain and making judgments concerning the existence of the world. It means to suspend our judgments, not to refuse, not to reject, not deny the external world and its objects. It is not to pay attention to the existence therein, they being irrelevant and not to my concern. I pay attention only to consciousness of the objects. The consciousness itself becomes the object of consciousness. This is not a second consciousness, but a reflexive or a reflective consciousness. Bracketing involves staying away from or setting aside preconceived notions and basis for phenomena, since things cannot be understood via external frameworks or structure, but only through the internal reflection. Epoche provides the original vantage point to clear the method of what experience. Husserl compares Epoche to the bracketing done in mathematics. Remember, he was himself a mathematician. Contents with brackets outside my immediate consideration. However, the bracketed material does not cease to be within the equation. It only means that it ceases to be important. It ceases to be out of action. It is removed from my consideration for the time being, so that attention can be focused on another part of equation. It means that I refuse to affirm it. Rather, I neither consent to it. It is a negative expression indicating several positive things. For Husserl, epoche is an epistemological issue, and that leads to him to epoche is nothing but natural attitude. In Ideas 1, Husserl considered epoche as a turn away from the external world and its experience to the realms of consciousness, to remove away from the transcendent to the to immanence, to turn away from the object to a subjective. Husserl is not a Cartesian doubt. In epoche, I do not deny the world, nor do I doubt it. All I do is bracket it to intensify my consciousness of it. For example, there are a large number of chairs in this seminar hall. They are made up of steel, wood, or plastic, manufactured by a workman in the factory, and eventually sold to a shop in the town, from where it was brought to university. These indicate various factors regarding the existence of the chairs. But when I want to sit down, how do I consider the chair now? While attending this lecture, it appears to be as a comfortable seat. I notice that there is a fan overhead. It is not rotating. I know it is winter there, but not here in Pondicherry. Pondicherry, we have no winter. Chair appears as an elevated platform to give a jerk to get the fan rotated again. The principal of the college, the vice chancellor of the university enters into this crowded seminar hall. There are no chairs vacant. However, someone gets up and offers him a seat. When the chair appears as a place of respect. Today it is a birthday of my friend. I get a nice chair and gift him a beautiful chair. Now it appears as a gift. Someone comes to attack the students and myself, and I use the chair as a weapon for self-defense. From this point of view, existence, in all these cases, I don't consider its existence at all. From the point of view existence, some chairs are made up of steel, some are made up of wood, some are made up of plastic, etc., etc. But it appears differently. to me as a comfortable seat, as an elevated platform, as a place of respect, as a weapon, and so on and so forth. I am unconcerned about the makeup of the chair or its construction material. I am concerned solely by its mode of appearance. It appears to me as a comfortable seat. It appears to me as a comfortable, is a place of respect. It appears to me as an elevated platform. My focus is on the chair and the appearance. Appearance means its meaning. While factors connected with existence are ignored and modalities of existence are set aside, there's a shift in my mode of attention. When I focus on the chair's appearance, I am not rejecting it, focus, refusing any existence. I do not give any importance to it, considering the existence to be important. According to Husserl, paying attention to existence is an expression of natural attitude, whereas paying attention to the meaning is a phenomenological, philosophical, or transcendental attitude. My natural, ordinary, everyday approach to existence is suspended here. The materiality of the chair indicates the existence of the real, objective world independent of my consciousness. Epoche, I suspended this existence of the world. It is independent of which is independent of my consciousness. Therefore, epoche is a suspension of at least three things. Everything originating from the unquestioned philosophical conceptions, scientific theories, popular beliefs. Epoche enables us to shift attention away from the object to the natural world towards our inquiry and the fundamental evidence. This shift.
I request all the participants to mute themselves, please. It is disturbing the speaker, please. Mute every one of you, please. Manas Jyoti Deka, please. Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. You can go ahead now.
The shift towards consciousness please be silent. The shift towards evidence evidence leads consciousness and search for evidence centers around this. When I focus on the appearance of the chair given to me personally directly, I concentrate on the meaning of the essence of the chair when transcendence the object. Epoche ensures that we do not utilize natural or perceptual knowledge as a premise for the transcendental investigation. It purifies my reflection, acquainting me with the transcendental import of things. Before me, it establishes a transcendental territory which I should be interested in. While doing phenomenology, epoche is a change in my attitude, a shift in interest, a revision of standpoint, a modification outlook in which the world is lost, but it is not lost to transcendence. Certain silent features of epoche are: one, my consciousness is the consciousness of something, initially being conscious of the object. I bracket the world, the objects, to shift my attention away from it. Two, I direct my attention towards the consciousness. Three, resulting in the change of attitude from the object. It is not a second consciousness, but a reflective consciousness. Since presuppositions about the world and the objects do not exist together by the same nature of presupposition description. In short, by being cognizant of the natural attitude, we become aware of our own weaknesses or to the material physical world. But the epoche allows us to recover ourselves and return to consciousness. Therefore, epoche and phenomenology reduction enable us to gain phenomenological attitude, allowing us to focus on transcendental ego, the source of consciousness. Phenomenological reduction. The history of philosophy reveals that different philosophers proposed various kinds of reductions. Reduction is by way of defining, is to define or eliminate the category in terms of other categories. Some of them are epistemological reductions of Descartes. Excuse me, please don't make noise there. I'm surprised. This uncivilized behavior comes from civilized group. I'm sorry. This is not the way to behave. Epistemological reduction of Descartes, ontological reduction of Berkeley, empiricist reduction of physical objects to sense data where values are reduced to facts, and finally phenomenological reduction of Husserl. Husserl is not consistent in his writings to the numbers of or names of reduction. In his book, The Idea of Phenomenology, 1907, he speaks of one reduction only, eidetic reduction. In Logical Investigations, 1900 and 1901, where Husserl speaks of transformation from communicative to comparative conformative speech, one notices eidetic reduction in its rudimentary stages. During 1910-11 winter semester lectures, published the book of Basic Problems of Phenomenology in 2006, he speaks explicitly of eidetic reduction, but one can notice psychological reduction in its embryonic stages, at least in two sections. In these lectures, he speaks of in-depth about intersubjectivity and empathy, which later appears as reductions by way of life world in Husserl's Crisis of European Sciences. In Ideas 1, 1913, he speaks of three different reductions, namely eidetic, psychological, and transcendental reductions. Whereas in Cartesian Meditations, 1936, he speaks of transcendental psychological reduction with a single hyphen. Is it a single reduction or two interrelated reductions? Commentators have their different opinion. Now, Desmond Moran is a very well-known commentator of Husserl, speaks of 8 reductions, namely phenomenological reduction, transcendental reduction, phenomenological psychological reduction, transcendental phenomenological reduction, psychological positivistic reduction, behavioristic reduction, universalistic reduction. Several commentators of like Dermond Moran have pointed out that 3 of those reductions cannot be a part of Husserl's phenomenology at all. Joseph Kogelmans, another close disciple of Husserl, also speaks of 7 reductions in his book: phenomenological reduction, philosophical reductions, psychological reduction, eidetic reduction, transcendental reduction, ethical reduction, intersubjective reduction. Other eminent scholars like Marvin Faber and Maurice Athanson speak of 2 reductions, eidetic reduction or transcendental reduction. Husserl's first generation commentators have different opinions. Isokon, who edited 3 of Husserl's lecture series of 1910-11 and 1923-24 into 3 book forms, speaks of 4 different kinds of reduction, namely reduction by way of Cartesian wave, reduction by intentional psychology, reduction by ontological wave, reduction by critical positive sciences. Immediately thereafter, he modifies his statement science explanation, stating that reduction by ontological method and critique of positive sciences are one and the same, resorting finally to three reductions. The second generation commentators of present day scholars or the present day scholars have got still very different kinds of notions. Sebastian Luft, along with Soren Overgaard, speaks of three reductions only: Cartesian, psychological, and reduction by way of life world. This begs the question, what are Husserl's transcendental reduction in ideas 1? It is far more interesting to note that in the footnote number 31 of his article, Luft speaks of apodetic reduction in order to gain absolute foundation within the sphere of transcendental life. Is this a fourth reduction? Despite quoting from Husserl's 1920-23 lectures, he does not elaborate it any further. Neither does Isokon. This also begs question as to the reason Luft omitted it in the body of reductions mentioned in his article. However, in his second article of 2012, he speaks exclusively about the three above mentioned reductions, with no mention of apodetic reduction, without any explanation whatsoever. Several authors fail to mention apodetic reduction as well. Soren Overgaard, meanwhile, describes of 7 reductions in his article: primordial reduction, soul-visibility reduction, eidetic reduction, transcendental reduction, Cartesian reduction, psychological reduction, and finally reduction by way of life world. However, scholars like David Smith, Robert Walsh, Lamford, Michael Atkins, Lisa Catherfine, all of them speak of only 3 reductions, though there is a lack of unanimity among all of them. It is to be noted that a reduction refers to different things at different times. For example, in eidetic psychological reductions, it eliminates something. My assertion of the existence is removed in eidetic reduction, while in psychological reduction, belief is removed. Belief in the existence and belief over there exists. However, reduction in the case of transcendental reduction adds something here, meaning assigned by the assigned to the noema by the transcendental ego. In the case of reduction by life world, reduction assigns meaning to community. It can refer to search for communitarian meaning. To conclude, one should be very careful while using the term reduction in all these cases. Phenomenological reduction is absolutely crucial to Husserl's transcendental phenomenon. It was instrumental in attracting a large number of American scholars and European students to Husserl. But it is also a reason for driving away several of Husserl's disciples. It makes one wonder how there is no unanimity among Husserlian scholars regarding these reductions. Several justified their discord to Husserl's inconsistency with a number of reductions and their names. He spoke of 1 reduction in idea of phenomenology. He speaks of 3 reductions in Cartesian meditations at one place, and 4 reductions in some other place, and 7 reductions in some other place. He speaks of, so where do I stand with regard to the number of reductions? In the light of my studies and reflections on this topic, I accept that there are 4 reductions in Husserl, namely eidetic reduction, 2 psychological reduction, 3 transcendental reduction, all of them based upon ideas 1, and reduction via the ontology of the life world based upon crisis of European sciences. The first question regarding reduction is this: why should there be any reduction at all? The reason for phenomenology is to be an eidetic science, a science of essences. It aims only at arriving at essences. It is unconcerned with existence. Reduction is to bracket existence. First, what is eidetic reduction? This reduction brackets our belief in the existence. This does not mean we deny, reject, or refuse existence. We focus our attention upon the essences. And mind you, in Husserl, essence means meaning. There are scholars who will differ. For example, Professor Mohanty will say essence and meanings are different. But whereas other scholars like Robert Solomon will say essence, meaning and essences are the same. Anyway, I'm not getting into that. There could be another discussion on meaning and essence at some other time. The entire transcendental procedure is to arrive at essences, which is or meaning, which is arrived at and assigned meaning by transcendental ego. Aesthetic reduction consists in suspending, not in asserting our judgments regarding all that. Psychological reduction is fundamental to Husserl's phenomenology, as he erroneously upheld the position of psychologism during his pre-phenomenological days. After liberating himself from the deadly clutches of our psychologism, Husserl fought against it vehemently, thereby constituting a part of phenomenological reduction. Phenomenological, psychological reduction stands against the Cartesian attempt to neutralize consciousness. Husserl holds that consciousness is transcendental, holds that consciousness or the transcendental ego assigns meaning to objects. However, Descartes held that consciousness merely reflects. Mole, consciousness merely reflects objects, and in doing so does not add or abstract anything from the same, and therefore remains neutral, like a mirror. Psychological reduction refrains from objects or perspective or theories, hypotheses as cause-effect relationship. Transcendental reduction. Transcendental reduction assigns meaning to the above event through transcendental ego. It is in fact a constitutional phenomenon by consciousness of transcendental ego, such that phenomenon is dependent on consciousness not only for its meaning but also for its being. It is demonstrated that the teacher constituted a chair's being as a weapon assigned not only meaning to the chair but also constitute the meaning of the chair as a weapon. Reduction by way of existent ontology of life world. What does Husserl mean by life world? The world of science is a world of abstraction, not in consonance with our pre-scientific attitude. It's a world encountered in natural attitude. However, we do not accept the general thesis of natural attitude. Husserl discusses reduction by way of ontology life world, the crisis of European sciences and transcendental phenomenology. However, he states that in Ideas 1, everything in the natural world is acceptable except general thesis of natural attitude. This sentence was prophetic in terms of direction of his future works. It implies that there is no contradiction between the statement of crisis of European sciences and Ideas 1. Life world is a pre-scientific world and is foundation for all human actions, natural as well as scientific. The task of phenomenological reduction is to discover life world by uncovering the abstract character of the surroundings. The modern, scientifically oriented man has forgotten life since he bears a massive burden on the primarily theoretical and abstract scientific world. Husserl's position in crisis of European sciences and transcendental world does not contradict his insight in Ideas 1, as he already envisaged such a possibility. He holds that everything in the natural world is acceptable to phenomenology except the general thesis of the natural attitude. Moreover, from a higher transcendental point of view, Husserl incorporates the initial form into a later form. One form is neither lower nor higher, since both exist in the transcendental plane. In conclusion, there is a reduction that allows us to glimpse into the life world, revealing the spheres of fundamental to philosophy. However, does life world relate to other three reductions? I arrive at my subjective meanings to the first three reductions. They being strictly individual and personal, the fourth reduction teaches us that subjective and personal meanings have a relevance to community, allowing us to arrive at a communitarian universal meaning. This is because life world is concerned not just with the individual, but with the community as a whole. The last part, in ideas or in the idea of phenomenology, Husserl discusses only aesthetic reduction. In his lecture series on 1910-11, he spoke about psychological reduction and aesthetic reduction. In addition to speaking of intersubjectivity and empathy, not considering reduction at that time, but which later on become finally in ideas one, he confidently elaborates three reductions: psychological, transcendental, and aesthetic reduction. In the Cartesian meditations, he discusses transcendental phenomenology reduction. There are two reductions or one reduction. There is no definite answer. In Crisis of European Sciences, Husserl has 8 reductions in all at different places. Now, keeping all these different reductions at different times, the following concluding remarks I wish to make. Though Husserl spent his entire life writing continuously and ceaselessly, he never felt completely satisfied with any one of them and therefore refused to publish them. In fact, I hope you know that during the lifetime of Husserl, he published only 6 books. After his death, his legacy was taken over by the Leuven University. They have already published 72 volumes on Husserl's writings. He refused to publish logical investigations as he was of the opinion that investigation 6 was unsatisfactorily written. But his friends collected them and from his table and took them to the press. As a result, we now have wonderful books like logical investigations. Similarly, he withheld the publication of second and third ideas, though they were finished in time and given to both Wittgenstein and Heidegger to read and comment upon. His constant and continuous work meant that he was left with no time to revise these manuscripts. although he had although he had decided to revise them, in the end they were left to his successors and students. He was a pathfinder, constantly searching for new routes, seldom stopping to look back. He wrote 33,000 pages in shorthand. It is called Gabelsberg shorthand, where they were all smuggled out to and airlifted overnight to Brussels, the Catholic University of Louvain, by Mrs. Husserl and his student H.L. Van Breda after his death due to Nazi antagonism to Husserl's due to his Jewish origin. The notion of phenomenology reduction especially prevailed in Husserl's mind for about 30 years, from the time of the idea of phenomenology to crisis of European sciences. But it is but natural that one forgets certain things with the passage of time of 30 years, for which Husserl can be excused owing to his large time gap. But it is yet to be seen as to whether a favorable acceptance of this excuse can be found among his critics. There are also serious mistakes with the commentators. They forgot the purpose and the essence of phenomenological reduction and the reason for Husserl instituted them. The primary reason for reduction was to establish the primacy and primordiality of the transcendental ego and to demonstrate that noema is dependent on the noesis not only for its meaning but also for its being. It was to explicate the constitutive powers of the transcendental ego that Husserl formulated by way of reduction. One of the primordial and constitutive powers of transcendental ego established under reduction. Husserl occasionally thought that a single reduction was sufficient to establish the preeminence of the transcendental ego. And other times he felt the requirement of multiple reductions, all of which depended on the state of his mind and topic being worked out at that time. Context has a lot of importance. He was not bound by the rules or yardstick, he was his own master. Mind you, he was called by his students, disciples, and the public in general Her Geheimheit, which in Sanskrit would mean Mahamahopadhyaya. And we know what does this Mahamahopadhyaya means. And that was the status of Husserl in his university. Remember his response to Frege's comments. External influences have no bearing on me. When Frege's comments were brought to Husserl on his psychologism, Husserl commented negatively. For a long time, it was believed that it is because of Frege that Husserl changed his mind. Not at all. It is absolutely wrong. Our dear J.N. Professor Mohanty painstakingly researched into early correspondence between Frege and Husserl to find out their relationship. Husserl wrote his book Philosophy of Arithmetic in 1891, towards the end of the year. And the first week of January 92, he sent a copy of it to Frege. Frege's comments came 3 years later, but Husserl realized his mistake in 6 months' time, and he not consequently withheld the publication of second volume of Philosophy of Arithmetic. Husserl changed his views. That is why when 1894, 94, when it was brought to Husserl's notice, Frege's comments, he said, external influences have no bearings on me. Fine. That despite such justifications, I humbly submit the following phenomenology reduction is crucial theme for Major Husserl's philosophy. It was due to this problem, Heidegger remarked, mind you, Heidegger was a very, very important person with regard to Husserl's phenomenology. In fact, on one occasion, Husserl said, phenomenology, that is Heidegger and myself, to such an extent. And it was Heidegger's remark. It was Husserl who taught me phenomenology. I mean, such a close relationship they had. Such a close relationship they had. In fact, Husserl wanted Heidegger to edit his books, and Heidegger edited what is called Phenomenology, General Time Consciousness. Heidegger also wanted Husserl to, so I said corrected, Husserl also wanted Heidegger to go through his books on Ideas 2 and Ideas 3, which Husserl did. So that way, they were very close to each other, yet they got separated very badly. Despite such justification, I humbly submit the following. Phenomenological reduction is crucial theme for major issues in Husserlian phenomenology. It was this problem that Heidegger remarked. It was due to this problem that Heidegger remarked on the 70th year of birthday of celebrations on 8th December 1929 that you, Geheimheit, reverential use tape for us, you are our master, but we are not your followers. What does that mean? It means we have learned phenomenology from you. But there are various ways of doing phenomenology, which you yourself taught us in his article for the Encyclopedia Britannica. You said phenomenology is a philosophy. Phenomenology is a method of doing philosophy. And phenomenology is an attitude towards life. So there are several ways of doing phenomenology. But somehow, Husserl was always sticking to the idea phenomenology is a hardcore philosophy. In the light of your insight and teaching, To which Heidegger agonizingly wrote in his letter on 6th January 1931 to his friend Pfeffer, I am a leader without followers. This being the case, Husserl should have been more careful in speaking about reductions. The number of reductions, whether it be 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, it is absolutely irrelevant for me. You should have, however, he should not have spoken about positivistic reduction, behavioristic reduction, and universalistic reduction in the context of phenomenology. Their inclusion amongst other reductions cannot be justified by any structure of imagination. Finally, I refrain from commenting on the number of reductions referred to by Husserl's direct students and students, Kogelman or Marvin or his good friend Alfred Schulz, or his faithful disciple Isokern, Adolf Behm, Sebastian Luft. If asked to give the number of reductions, names of reduction, I am of the opinion that these are only 4 reductions, and these 3 reductions are based upon ideas 1, aesthetic reduction, psychological reduction, and transcendental reduction, and the last one, reduction by way of the ontology life world, is based upon Christ's European sciences. Thank you very much. Mole?
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. Thank you. It went so well. When students were raptly listening to your very lucid and comprehensive explanation of Husserl's phenomenological method. I request the online and offline participants to put the questions into the chat box. You have got, you're all logged into it. Please. And we have professor's lecture tomorrow also. So even if you come across a question evening tomorrow, you put it into the chat box and I will all collect and we'll keep raising. Now, I request the offline participants and online to put it into the chat box.
Sir, may I?
There is. Dr. Moon?
Sir, yes, sir.
Now you can go ahead, please. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Professor, for this wonderful paper. I'm Munmun. Hope you. I don't think you remember me. I attended your workshop 2017 that has been organized by Professor Prasenjit Vishwas, ICPR New Delhi. You at that time you presented 2-3 lectures on Husserl and his transcendental phenomenology. Anyway, sir, it's nice to hear you after a long time. And the questions I have in my mind, like, first of all, as we know that concept of transcendental subjectivity, which is one central concept in Husserl's philosophy, his phenomenology. So just I want to know, what does he mean by this transcendental subject? Is it the experiential self or substantial self or embodied self or the social self? This is the first question. My second query is that did he make any distinction between transcendental subjectivity and consciousness? And
no. Second about used transcendental subjectivity and
consciousness.
Consciousness.
Yeah, and my third question is, sir, that how do you respond? Like we know that when Sartre or Merleau-Ponty, or the later phenomenologists, when they develop Husserl's method of reduction or upoke, we know they have challenged him, saying that Husserl has failed to do the suspension. It is not a complete reduction, or it's not a complete bracketing, as Sartre also made this remark, and Merleau-Ponty also made the similar kind of remarks. So how do you respond to that?
Three questions you asked. Let me answer the second question first. Well, when Husserl speaks of what is called transcendental subjectivity, He is not thinking of what is called Freudian concept of subconscious, unconscious, nothing of that kind. I hope you know that Husserl and Freud, they both were students of I forget for Husserl's teacher's name, who wrote the book Psychology from an Empirical Standpoint, Brandano.
Branton.
They both were students of Brandano, but they both went in different directions altogether. Husserl was a mathematician by training and profession. And he does not have anything to do with what is called this unconscious, subconscious, and so on. Nothing, absolutely nothing at all. And somewhere here I saw philosophy of mind. Not at all. Husserl does not. In fact, Husserl had only one philosophy teacher. And Husserl himself writes, my only teacher in philosophy. That is what is called Brandano. So to speak of anything of philosophy of mind or anything of that kind, Husserl read Descartes very well. Husserl read Kant very well. And that is why, I mean, tomorrow you will find that when we come to Heidegger, his knowledge of history of philosophy is enormous. But that kind of a knowledge of history of philosophy cannot be found in Husserl. So there is no relationship between what is called philosophy of mind or Freudian concepts of any of these things. Now, is transcendental ego same as transcendental consciousness same as transcendental ego? Yes, I will definitely say that. Sometimes when you transcendental consciousness, the consciousness that gives meaning to I use the word object, but in fact it is not the object. The word object is so misleading. It is so philosophically loaded, but unfortunately we are accustomed to using it. Husserlian terminology is noema. For example, I gave the example of what is called a chair where I can sit down comfortably. I am not concerned with the object chair. The way in which the chair appears to me as a place where I can sit down. The way in which it appears. That's why Sartre will say there is no substance behind appearance. Appearance is what it is. Similarly, the chair appears to me as an elevated platform. Appears. That is what is called the appearing of the chair is what is called noema. Or the chair appears as a place of respect for the elderly person. That is what noema is. Husserl is not concerned with the object at all. So I have used the word object repeatedly. When Chodam will know that, look, I have been trying to correct the students in the phenomenology workshop seminars which we had all the time, because object is used, and object does not mean what we mean by object in the ordinary philosophical parlance. Object means that the way in which it appears. For example, a little sugar will appear as something which is very wonderful for a child, the way in which it appears. But when a child cries, the mother gives a little sugar. The chair appears as something. You and I require a little sugar for sweetening our tea. The chair appears differently. But for a diabetic person, sugar is very dangerous. Sugar appears differently to different people. So this appearing differently to different people is what is called object in phenomenology, quote unquote, but it is what is called noema. And in contrast to noema, we have what is called transcendental object. So be careful in using this word object in phenomenology. When we use the word object, we do not mean what Descartes meant by object, we mean noema. That clear? Can you repeat the first question now?
Yes, sir. My first question was what did he mean by transcendental subjectivity? Is it the experiential self or substantial self or embodied self or social self?
I did not understand what you are asking me, ma'am. Can somebody else, please, Dr. Narajulu?
An explanation of what is transcendental subjectivity. Just an explanation of it.
Subjectivity. Let me put it like this. Transcendental subjectivity means Look, the notion of transsubjectivity comes to philosophy with Kant. Long before that, it was thereafter. Subjectivity was a terminology used by Kierkegaard. It was used by Kierkegaard all the time. In fact, Kierkegaard uses the expression subjectivity is truth. Maybe on some other occasion we can talk about Kierkegaard. Subjectivity is, but then when Kierkegaard used it in different way, and Husserl used it. Kant used it in one way. But when it comes to Heidegger, Husserl, subjectivity is transcendental subjectivity. And what does transcendental mean, for example? Well, transcendental in Kant is different from what is meant by transcendental in what is called Husserl, and what is transcendental in Heidegger is very different also. Tomorrow that we shall see. For example, Kant will say condition for the possibility of experience. For example, I throw a piece of chalk towards the roof of the building. It slowly falls down. Why does it fall down? Because of gravity. Gravity is a condition for that particular experience of falling on the chair. Gravity is what is called transcendental there. But whereas for Husserl, transcendental means meaning. Meaning of experience. Transcendental condition of meaning of experience. For example, instead of chalk, I throw a glass piece on the tour. Well, it falls down and breaks. Just broken. The meaning of that breaking may be very different for different people. Whereas in Heidegger, it means to this condition, a bodily aspect also is added. Maybe tomorrow we can talk about that. So transcendental is very different when Kant, Heidegger and Husserl. But it is when for Husserl, transcendental is the subjectivity. It is because of that subjectivity we have an experience. Oh, that means saying that, look, it is transcendental subjectivity that assigns meaning to the object. Right? To the object means noema. That's why I said repeatedly in the lecture, noema gets not only its meaning by the transcendental ego, but noema also gets its being. For example, the being of a chair as an elevated platform is different from the being of a chair as a respectable place. And meaning of a chair as what is called a place to relax is again different. Meaning of a chair, the being of the chair as a weapon is different from meaning anything else. So this gets a being like that. Remember, this phenomenology is very interesting, but it is learning a new language. You have to really work hard and get into it. Right. Next question, please.
Professor, there is one question from Professor Santosh Kumar Pal.
Oh,
but
I'm very happy he's there present. I please tell him that I got his letter yesterday, because he was acknowledging the receipt of the journal. Please.
Okay, he's online.
Yes, I have received it. Okay, sir.
Please, you put the question, Professor. Instead of me reading, you can put.
Oh, actually, it's not a question. Actually, we sometimes hear some type of suggestion that Husserl had no supporters, and so is it at all worth considering Husserl? That is my point. I do not believe in it, but still, I want to know your view.
He had a support means what? I mean, I really can't understand. Look, it was Hegel who said, nobody understands my philosophy. Right? Similarly, yes, I will say, Husserl must have always said, nobody understands me the way I want to be understood. This is what I will say. Husserl had a lot of supporters in phenomenology.
Yes.
As a phenomenologist, he had supported. But for the details of his phenomenology, I wonder. Heidegger was, I mean, for Husserl himself saying in the class, phenomenology, that is Heidegger and myself.
Yes.
So,
okay, thank
Heidegger,
you.
surely, I'm sorry, Husserl is definitely saying he has good supporters. Max Scheler was his supporter, but again they fell apart. I fell apart ideologically.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. Follow, I mean.
Dr. Akoizam Thoibisana, Guwahati University has a couple of questions.
Please.
Yes, sir. Can we say that the transcendental ego of Husserl is metaphysical neutral?
Not at all, not at all, not at all. It undergoes bracketing. All metaphysical things undergo bracketing. Husserl is not concerned with metaphysics, because remember this all the time, all the time. Metaphysics means it is primarily Aristotelian. It is primarily Aristotelian. Unless you clarify what is called the metaphysics, what you understand, I will not answer this question, simply because I don't want to play with any presuppositions. Husserl is not concerned with the presupposition. And mind you, Aristotle's presupposition. Tomorrow we shall see Aristotle's presupposition. In fact, these days I study only Heidegger, early Heidegger. Ordinarily we are ordinarily we are concerned with Heidegger of being and time. I read what Heidegger's lectures, where Heidegger criticizes so thoroughly Aristotle. And in fact, Heidegger goes on to say, Heidegger goes on to say, read Aristotle for 10 years and then throw him out. That is why, So, unless you please clarify the word metaphysics, then I can clarify it. Because I don't want to play with the metaphysics, with the presupposition. Husserl is not concerned with the presupposition. He eliminates, suspends, brackets ordinary, and metaphysics is one of those things which is suspended.
One of the students was asking, can you give a few examples for eidetic reduction, psychological reduction, transcendental reduction, so that they understand? They have a paper on phenomenology and existentialism.
Example that I had to send you an abstract. The abstract, I think I have used, I don't know whether I used this example of a chair. Look, let me put it like this. The example, at least the lecture, I used this example, a chair. A sugar example also I said. The kind of existence which a chair has. What is a chair? I gave the example of a chair having what is a blue color or yellow color. Chair weighing about 5 kilos. Chair purchased for about 2,000 rupees. Chair is very light. These are all qualifications of its existence. Qualifications of existence. And this is what is called, this is first eidetic reduction. I want, an enemy is coming to attack me. It has happened in Delhi University. That is why I always remember that. It happened in the next classroom where Sardarji was taking class. And Vidyanabala force was going to attack him. He threw a chair at them. That is what happened. That is why I am repeatedly. It was next to my classroom, so I remember that. See, look, that is psychological reduction, my belief. For example, people believe that, look, this chair was used by my grandfather, so I should not be sitting there all the time. Belief. No, I am not concerned with the belief. I give a new meaning to it. Once existence gone, I give a new meaning. Once a belief gone, I give a new meaning. For example, let us take the earth. Is the earth created by God? Is the earth created by God? It's a belief. In phenomenology, we suspend it. Is the earth created by Big Bang? It's a scientific belief. I suspend it. I am happy that the student asked this question. So, existential reduction at one level, psychological reduction at another level. And transcendental reduction, I give meaning to the chair, a place where I can sit down. The meaning that I give to the chair. Or the vice chancellor comes to the class, comes to the seminar hall, I am making him sit down, where the chair becomes a place of respect. Or my friend's birthday comes, I get a new chair, wonderful chair, I give him. Chair becomes a present, a new meaning. Well, I hope you got this point. So I have given you an example of what is called existential reduction, psychological reduction, and what is called transcendental reduction. Transcendental reduction means I assign meaning all the time, although the term reduction is used differently. I used one paragraph in my lecture. Reduction in psychological reduction, in existential reduction, psychological reduction, I eliminate something. Transcendental reduction, I assign something. Whereas in the reduction towards what is called life world, well, I spread it, I make it available to the whole community. That is what is good, right? I hope you got it.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Opportunity.
Thank you, sir. And we will be taking some more questions in the chat box, and I will read out for you tomorrow after the lecture. I invite for further questions also, and I'll keep them for tomorrow, Professor.
Okay, fine, absolutely.
Thank you so much for your time
Thank you for your listening to me patiently. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Professor Santosh Palji is waiting to chair the next session. The next session will start in a few minutes, a couple of minutes before we start the next session.
Okay.
I also thank the chair, Professor S.P. Singh Chauhanji. He has been associated with the philosophy department for the last couple of decades, and so online we may not be able to honor the speakers, and offline we are doing it. So somebody may ask Junasmita. Thank you, sir. Yeah, it's fine. कोई भी फोटोज कौन है? मंजू फोटो इज एन एविडेंस. क्या somebody कैमरा वाला आ गया? जब इतना दूर से क्यों? इधर आ जाओ. यहाँ सुष्मिता, ताली तो बजाओ. Thank you, sir. And sir, January में of course ये तो technical official retirement है, मगर of course academics तो कोई retirement नहीं है. Academics में sir continue करेंगे और philosophical understanding और इसमें हमसे better है, हम सबसे. क्या बात. So thank you very much. बहुत साल से हमारे department से associated है और कल भी रहेंगे, कल भी इस session में फिर रहेंगे. Thank you, sir. Thank you. One more staff, Professor Lakshmikant Pariji. Sir, only 1 minute before you will take over, sir. Santosh Kumar Paul, sir. Just 1 minute.
Okay, no problem.
Yes, sir.
Where is Lokikant?
He is very much here. He is very much
here. I am here. Thank you all.
Dr. Aru, thank you, sir. Thank you. For being associated with the department.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're getting a greenish one. That's fine. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Professor. And who else are there? Dr. Sheshmohanji, Dr. Rajan. Sheshmohanji, please come. Where is Vishnu, Dr. Manju?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this one.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. Hey, you're just in time. Professor Shakuntala. Otherwise, you could have missed. Some other colors, anybody? Come, please. You're getting honored. Yeah, good choice. Please. Good. Thank you. Hey, take both of us. Yeah, important. It's a proof that we did give a scarf. Come, bring him. He will also, he will be part. Rajan, no, you let out. Surajji, Suraj, who else? Are we missing anybody? Suraj. Akhoism, madam, please. White one?
White one. Better to answer, I can regret.
Thank you. Thanks for coming. Suraj, और कलर चॉइस उनको ही देते हैं ये रेड ग्रीन व्हाइट तो पूरा रेडी देता नया देता हूँ मेरा चॉइस है तो thanks for coming. Did we miss the outsiders? Manju, no my scholars, Vishnuda, Chalo, Esho. Now once they're awarded, you know, come on Vishnu first. Okay, Manju first. He's waiting that Manju receives first. Yeah, maybe one is enough for the family. Okay, good. No, God bless. God bless. Different color देते हैं दो सेम कलर घर में एक्सचेंज करना बाद में okay, otherwise we are all insiders, so thank you everybody. Sir, you have 4 paper presentations, sir. 3 I have sent you the abstracts.
Yes.
Because last session we couldn't do one, Dr. Shashi Mohan Das ji. We'll start with Dr. Shashi Mohan Das ji for 10 to 15 minutes. He said he's okay with 15 minutes.
Okay.
And then the remaining 3 speakers, sir. I now leave it to you, please. Dr. Shashi Mohan Das, remaining 3 abstracts you have. Yeah.
Okay. And thank you very much, Professor Dr. Raju. I am honored to have a chair in this afternoon session. We have then 4 presenters. The first one is Arup Jyoti Sharma from Tripura University, an exposition of transcritical method. And the second one is Takahiro Kato, Department of Indian Philosophy and Buddhist Studies, Tokyo, Japan. His paper is again on Noya Betireki in early, again on Noya Betireki in early Advaita Vedanta. And third one is by Dr. Swarnali Rai Chaudhuri, Radha Mohan College, Silchar. Heidegger's Dasein and existential phenomenological method of doing philosophy. So and finally, Dr. Shashi Mohan Das, Associate Professor in Philosophy, Dispur College, Philosophy of Research Methodology. So let us start with the last one. Is it Professor Nataraju? Can we start from the last one, Dr. Shashi Mohan Das? Hello? Am I audible?
Speak.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay, then as we have the presentation already ready, so I will ask Dr. Shashi Mohan Das, Associate Professor in Philosophy, Dispur College, to begin his presentation. Dr. Das, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Chandras Paul. Respected distinguished teachers from different parts of the country, research scholars, students, and my dear friends. I'm going to talk about something general. I'm not going to the depth of the philosophical methodology like thing, but I'll put some philosophy here too. So my topic is about philosophy of research methodology, and in doing so, I try to bring out from different philosophical methods, different methodologies which are used in research project. And I try to bring out from Plato to Hegel. So that is my concept, and I try in that way on. With this more scrolling, yes. So the practice of research is closely bound up with the theoretical developments that are from philosophers and key thinkers and practitioners in the sciences right back to the ancient Greeks. The debate about knowledge and how we acquire knowledge is rooted in philosophical thought. Research methods are tools and techniques for doing research. And there are certain purpose of academic research: to discover truth about something, to find a good way of doing something, must be systematic and as trustworthy as possible, clearly written and sufficient detail for readers, and it must be ethical. What is a good research? It is a user-friendly as possible, simple as possible, giving the message, as uncriticizable as possible. Trustworthiness or credibility is particularly important. As useful and interesting as possible. Now, we can categorize in different ways. Research can be categorized. The first one is to what we do, or what can we do with research. We can categorize it first. I'm not going details in the lines between different codes, different terms. We can describe it. We can explain some complex issues. We can evaluate. We can compare. We can correlate. We can predict. And we can control. So we can combine two or more of these objects in a research project, with sometimes one object needing to be successfully achieved before starting the next. For example, we usually need to be able to explain how something happens before we can work out how to control it. Again, there are some traditional research design. Perhaps I need not go in details. I will just give the design's name or just 2 or 3 lines I'm shouting out. So there are common research design. One is historical, everybody know, and we go it when we do research. Then we have a method which is called descriptive. Then we have also a design which is called correlation, then comparative, experimental, simulation, it's a model-like thing, evaluation, action research is there, and technological, which focuses on people. And feminist is not like a research design. It's more. This is more of a perspective than a research design.
Yes.
Then cultural. So these were the some sort of research design. Now, what I'm going to talk about different ways of doing research. The first one is what actually exists in reality. When we go to the research work or research project, what we try to find out, what is here. That is, you can say the ontological thing, something like. What we know, what can we know? The metaphysics. How can we acquire knowledge? Epistemology. These 3, help great in pursuing research. Now, what is metaphysics? And what is epistemology? We all know, being a philosophical, being a student of philosophy, we are having background of philosophy. That's why we know it about simple what is metaphysics and what is epistemology. So metaphysics is concerned with questions such as what it is to be, who we are, what is knowledge, what are things, what is time and space, and one extreme view is idealism that advocates that reality is all in the mind, that everything that exists in some way dependent on activity of mind, and the other extreme is materialism that insists that only physical things and their interaction exist, and that our minds and consciousness are only due to active operation of materials. Hence, phenomena are independent of social factors and are therefore stable. For example, music is just vibration in the air. Now, what epistemology is, when we talk about research. So epistemology is the theory of knowledge, especially about its validation and what we can regard as acceptable knowledge in a discipline. It is a method of acquiring knowledge which has two basic approaches: empiricism, knowledge gained by sensory experiences, knowledge gained by reasoning using deductive reasoning. The relative merits of these approaches have been argued ever since the ancient Greeks, Aristotle and Plato. Then we can talk about inductive reasoning. And inductive reasoning starts from specific observations or sensory experiences and then develops a general conclusion from them. Thus, I've given an example. We all know who study logic, that all the giraffes that I have seen have very long necks, repeated observations. Therefore, I conclude that all giraffes have long necks. Conclusion. So, Francis Bacon stated that one should consult nature and not rely on writings of ancient philosophers such as Aristotle. The scientific revolution in the 17th century, led by Galileo and Newton, we can see the example that the apple that fell on his head from the tree that led to his theory of gravity. Mendel's discovery of genetics and Darwin's theory of evolution are perhaps the most famous generalizations claimed to be developed through inductive reasoning. Now, when I talk about inductive reasoning, there are certain problems. However, there are problems with induction. The first is the question of how many observations must be made before we can reasonably draw a conclusion that is reliably enough to generalize from. And the second is how many situations under which conditions should be observation be made so that true conclusion can be reached. These problems do not stop us from using inductive reasoning every day quite successfully without even thinking about it. But we should be aware that what might at first seem obvious may not be so reliable, making further investigations. Therefore, in order to be able to rely on conclusions, we come to by using inductive reasoning. We should ensure that we make a large number of observations. We repeat them under a large range of circumstances and conditions, and that no observation contradicts the generalization we have made from repeated observations. Deductive reasoning begins with general statements and through logical argument comes to a specific conclusion. I'm not stating about this example. We all know about syllogistic argument. So deduction was first discussed as a way of reasoning by Plato. Theories are speculative answers to perceived problems and are tested by observation and experiment. In this way, science is seen to proceed by trial and error. When one theory is rejected, another theory proposed and tested, and thus fittest theory survives. In research, we have hypothesis. In order for a theory to be tested, it must be expressed as a hypothesis. In hypothesis, the theory must be falsifiable. This means that it must be logically possible to make true observational statements which conflict with the hypothesis and thus can falsify it. However, the process of falsification leads to a devastating result of total rejection of a completely new start. Another problem with deductive reasoning is that the truth of conclusion depends very much on the truth of the premise on which it is based. For example, in the past, many conclusions about the movement of the planets were incorrect due to the premise that the Earth was the center of the universe. Hypothetical deductive reasoning or scientific method, which was adopted by Karl Popper. And this method combines inductive and deductive reasoning, resulting in the to and fro process of identification or clarification of a problem, developing a hypothesis inductively from observations, charting their implication by deduction, practical or theoretical testing of the hypothesis, rejecting or refining it in the light of reason. There are certain assumptions that underline scientific method. The first one is order, then external reality, reliability, parsimony, generality. In postmodernism too, we have some key challenges or key issues, that meaning, knowledge, and about truth. It denounces the meta-narratives of the modern movement as a product of the Enlightenment and insists on the inseparable links between knowledge and power. It is a complex combination of ideas that emerged in fragmented fashion at the end of the 19th century, but became highly developed by French social theorists such as Sosa, Barthes, Derrida, Foucault, etc. etc. There is a distinction between deduction, where deduction emphasizes, and deduction emphasizes. I'm not going to read it out. And there is also research design or diagram, and this diagram shows how we can go for the research project. Now, my point, I already have mentioned that there are some key figures that have influenced thinking about research. And Plato and Aristotle first. This represents the two contrasting approaches to acquiring knowledge and understanding the world. Plato argued for deductive thinking and Aristotle for inductive thinking. Then René Descartes, he provided the starting point of modern philosophy by using a method of systematic doubt. Of course, doubt is not new in Descartes' philosophy. I mean, prior to Descartes, there was skepticism, which was in and we all know about Agrippa's trial in Empires. And Descartes' doubt is called Cartesian doubt. And the doubt is also known as philosophical skepticism. Then John Locke made a distinction between bodies or objects that can be directly measured and therefore have a physical existence, and those abstract qualities that are generated by our perceptions and feelings. Then George Berkeley argued that all things that exist are only mental phenomena. They exist by being perceived. This is our world. Then David Hume made a distinction between system of ideas that can provide certainty, for example, mathematics, and those that rely on our perceptions and empirical evidence, which are not certain. However, Hume recognized the importance of inductive thinking in the advancement of scientific knowledge, highlighted its restrictions in finding the truth. Then turn to Indian Immanuel Kant, who held that our minds organize our experiences to make sense of the world. Therefore, facts are not independent of the way we see things and interpret them. Then Karl Popper formulated the combination of deductive and inductive thinking in the hypothetico-deductive method, commonly known as scientific method. This method aims to refine theories to get closer to the truth. Then come to Auguste Comte, maintained that society can work. Social laws and theories are based on psychology and biology. Then Karl Marx defined the moral and social aspect of humanity in terms of material process. Durkheim argued that society develops its own system of collectively shared norms and beliefs. These were social facts. Max Weber insisted that we need to understand the values and meaning of subjects without making judgments. Then Thomas Kuhn revealed that scientific research cannot be separated from human influences and is subject to social norms. Michael Foucault argued that there is no progress in science, only changing perspectives, that the practice of science is shown to control what is permitted to count as knowledge. Then Jack Derrida, so we have discussed a lot about last 2 days. So this approach led to the movement called deconstruction. The Jack Derrida's case. Now, if we come to the Indian context, we have.
Sir, you have only 5 minutes. You have only 5 minutes.
No, so I'm coming to the conclusion.
Okay.
I'm coming to the concluding point. So my point is that to philosophize is to express one's discontent with what it is, to show that what was or what is or was in error, to seek to pursue or to prove that what one thinks and believes is right and correct, and to show that the world does not accept one's thought and belief, it will verify some form of truth, physical or intellectual. Therefore, when Marx said that till now philosophers had sought to interpret the world, but that now was the time to change the world, he was wrong in thinking that he was the first philosopher whose wish was to change the world. All philosophers want to change the world. Marx was an original philosopher, believed that he was the first to put philosophy straight. Philosophy differs from science is that it cannot be taken apart. In the words of the author, it cannot be divided into separate classes. They all overlap. Everything in philosophy bears upon everything else. There is no way of isolating concepts. That is, however, the case in sciences and the reason for their success and their undeniable progress. In the sciences, there are technical vocabularies Such presuppose exact definition, and exact definition require non-overlapping classes. There are no facts, no theorems in the philosophical text, but there is only a mental struggle in philosophical research. The obligation of reader is to listen and not to extend beyond himself. He is obliged to think thoughts of author or not just to know them. A philosophical idea can only be properly understood once we take part in the ongoing discussion to which it has been subjected. In other words, only if we have tried to follow the thoughts that have been levised on it. So, thank you very much for your patient listening. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Soshi Mohan Das. Actually, you have taken a so wide a notion that it includes everything in philosophy, science, and social sciences. So it is very difficult to give to present this type of thing in such a seminar with only 25 or 30 minutes. So it will make actually a workshop. If you make a workshop having 1 day long, then it will okay. Okay, thank you very much. We will come to the questions later on. And now we will ask Professor Arup Jyoti Sharma from Tripura University. Arup Babu, are you present? Arup Babu? Yes. Professor Arup Jyoti Sharma from Tripura University. Professor Sharma will be speaking on an exposition of Kant's critical method. Arup Babu, please. Professor Sharma.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm just continuing.
Okay.
You want to get into Zoom or you are looking for attachment to what?
No, I have no attachment.
No PowerPoint.
No.
So then just put on. India is not ready for democracy. India is not ready for technological things. We need a lot of time to get this.
That's one thing.
You must not worry because of this. It is very hectic.
Professor Arup Babu, actually you start while this gets ready. You start your presentation while it gets ready.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Respected the chairperson, Professor Pal, whom actually I have not met in person, but he was the PhD examiner of a candidate.
Yes,
and
I was there with you.
In an online mode in our university. So in that way, I mean, I had met him, but in person I have not met him.
Yes.
And today is the great occasion to have found him here and chair this session. And then I am always actually thankful, in fact, more lucky to be present here in Assam University, Department of Philosophy. And I have been associated with this department for the last 10 years. And thank you for everything, actually. I have no words to say. Now, the topic actually which I have Susan for today's discussion is Kant's critical method. You know, Kant limits the synthetic a priori knowledge in the phenomenal domain in order to leave room for something where we do not have any access to knowledge. As he has said in the preface to the Critique of Pure Reason, that I limit knowledge in order to make room for faith. But Kant, in the Transcendental Dialectic, he has said that transcendental metaphysics is not only possible, it is actual. And he has also said that we can have a priori metaphysical knowledge about the soul, the world whole, and God. This is Kant's main goal in the Transcendental Dialectic, where he has talked about the three transcendent objects: the soul, the world whole, and a God. But the dichotomy actually looms large between the Critique of Pure Reason, where he has talked about the limits of the synthetic a priori knowledge, and in the critique of practical reason, and also in the groundwork of the metaphysics of morals, where Kant has talked about religion and faith. And it is this dichotomy actually that Kant wants to overcome, reconcile in the critique of the power of judgment, and also in the religion within the limits of mere reason. There also Kant has tried to overcome this dichotomy between the theoretical reason, where there is the synthetic a priori knowledge, and in the critical practical reason, where Kant talks about morality and faith. Now, actually, the main objective of this discussion today here is basically to talk about this dichotomy and how Kant has overcome the dichotomy. This is what in his critical method Kant has talked about, this dichotomy and overcoming the dichotomy. So I'm actually bringing here the three critics. So we'll take some more time to justify my points. Hope I shall get it in a moment of in the course of my discussion.
Okay, within 25 minutes. Okay, more 25 minutes. Okay.
Thank you so much. Now, actually, since yesterday, I mean, the discussion has going on about transcendentalism, about transcendental consciousness. What is that all about? Now, it is also there in Immanuel Kant. So, Kant has also talked about this transcendental metaphysics or the transcendental domain. Now, the point is that from Immanuel Kant's philosophy, it is that transcendental philosophy which makes meaningful of the phenomenal domain. If there is no transcendental philosophy, then the phenomenal domain or the synthetic a priori knowledge that we are talking about would not have been meaningful. Because he says that human beings actually live in two different worlds. As a moral action performing agent, man belongs to the phenomenal world. At the same time, man derives the moral law from the nominal world. So in that case, man belongs to both the world. The nominal world, where we are getting the moral law, but getting the moral law will not be enough. So we need some place where those moral laws have to be applied. So it is only in the phenomenal domain that we are actually applying the moral law. So in that case, man belongs to both the world, phenomenal world and the nominal world. So in that case, we can say in a sense that the dichotomy could have been overcome because we are getting the idea from somewhere, and in order to bring those ideas to practicality, then we belong to another world. See, this is not actually what I feel that in Shankara's Advaita Vedanta that we have talked about the Brahmaharika Shabda and the Paramaharika Shabda. Yeah, Kant's transcendentalism is again spiritual, and that is also religious. But this is something actually in the transcendentalism of Immanuel Kant. What we have done, we are actually postulating the three ideas of reason. That is the freedom of the will, immortality of the soul, and the existence of God. So even though we are actually talking about the two different worlds, the phenomenal world and the nominal world, they are actually not the two different worlds. One is just an idea of the other. So the nominal world is actually the idea of the phenomenal world. That is what I feel. I mean, because Kant himself has said that they are the ideas of reason, the ideas of practical reason. So when he has actually talked about the morality and faith, Kant is actually talking about they are all the ideas. They are ideas of pure reason. Because why they are ideas? Because we could not apply the synthetic a priori knowledge to that domain. So since knowledge could not be applied to the nominal domain, so they are simply an ideas, and they are also the postulates of pure reason. Now, so what happened in the phenomenal? Just let me make my points more clear. Kant actually he divides the critique of pure reason into two parts: transcendental doctrine of elements and the transcendental doctrine of matter. The transcendental doctrine of elements is further divided into transcendental aesthetic and transcendental logic. Transcendental aesthetics is where actually we are talking about the two a priori forms of sensibility. And so we have space and time. So space and time is actually the two a priori forms of sensibility. Now, transcendental logic is where again it is divided into transcendental analytic and transcendental dialectic. So in transcendental analytic, Kant is actually discussing the 12 categories and their corresponding judgments. But in a transcendental dialectic, Kant is talking about the transcendental metaphysical claims where we cannot apply our synthetic a priori knowledge. So transcendental aesthetic and transcendental analytic together give us the synthetic a priori knowledge. Okay, and the transcendental dialectic is something which gives us actually the ideas. All right. So the dichotomy actually looms large between the transcendental analytic and as well as in the transcendental dialectic. Okay. Now. So this synthetic a priori knowledge, as we know that this is possible actually in the field of physics, mathematics, as well as also in metaphysics. Now, by the term metaphysics, see, if the metaphysics is something that means the world, suppose every event has a cause, okay, every event has a cause, or substance persists and is always preserved through change. Now, these are all metaphysical claims. Now, these metaphysical claims are something, if they can be known with the help of the synthetic a priori knowledge, then that kind of metaphysics is also possible in the phenomenal domain. That means, according to Kant, immanent metaphysics is possible. But the transcendental metaphysics, transcendent metaphysics, like the soul or the world whole and God, is something which is not possible because it overstates the boundaries of knowledge. And since it has gone out of the area of knowledge, so we do not have any access to it, and that is why it is unknown and unknowable. Now Kant is actually skeptical. He is actually talking about the immanent metaphysics. He is arguing for it, that immanent metaphysics is something which is possible, but he is not much in favor of the transcendental metaphysical claim because we do not know anything about it. Now he is skeptical about the fate of the traditional metaphysics as to whether it contains synthetic a priori knowledge. Now he argues that the metaphysics has hitherto remained in so vacillating a state of uncertainty and contradiction is entirely due to the fact that this problem, and perhaps even the distinction between analytic and synthetic judgments, has never previously been considered. Upon the solution of this problem, or upon a sufficient proof that the possibility which it desires to have explained does in fact not exist at all, depends the success or failure of metaphysics. Now, he proposes to replace the traditional metaphysics with a new science of transcendental philosophy. Now, he argues that the transcendental critique does establish the possibility of synthetic a priori metaphysical knowledge, but only within very restricted limits. It should be noted that the Kantian employment of the transcendental Kantian employment of the transcendental corresponds with that of the critical. Now, he holds that transcendental philosophy is a critique, but not a doctrine of pure reason. Its utility is not to extend our knowledge, but only to clarify reason and keep reason free from errors.
This is metaphysics of experience, so to say. Metaphysics of experience. A.J. Paton is saying. Metaphysics of experience. Okay.
Yeah. Now, what happened? So ultimately, we have the synthetic a priori knowledge in the phenomenal domain and the nominal world. Okay. Which is actually in the area of the transcendental dialectic. Now, you see that reason actually which is applied in the critique of pure reason, and the reason which is applied in the critique of practical reason, the same reason, it has different purposes. In the critique of pure reason, reason is mostly used to carve the limitation. So it is basically to carve extension of knowledge. Okay? So knowledge has a particular limit. But in a nominal domain, the reason is mostly used in the form of the moral law, which has to be applied to every rational beings. Now, but this cunning of reason, this is actually the term which is used by Hegel. Now, what happened? Reason is actually making the contradiction and paradox in Kant's philosophy. Now, what reason does? You see, that reason wants to, reason on the one hand limits the power of knowledge to the phenomenal domain, and leaving the way towards nominal or the transcendental dialectic where living leads towards fate. Okay, so reason, but what happened? Reason actually wants to, reason wants to know the transcendental world or the transcendental dialectic, but reason alone cannot do that. Reason takes the help of the understanding to know the unconditioned world. Now, when reason with the help of understanding tries to know the unconditioned world, then there arises a conflict. And this conflict is known as the antinomies of pure reason. So an antinomy is a product of reason. So an antinomy arises because of reason. The significance of antinomies is that they raise such questions human reason can neither comprehend nor reject. Reason cannot comprehend them because it arises from the nature of reason itself. And reason cannot reject them because they are the product of reason. So in the antinomies, Kant criticizes the concept of reason in order to resolve certain contradictions. But he fails to do that. Now, what is an antinomy? An antinomy is a kind of a dialectical opposition. Now, what is a dialectical opposition? Dialectical opposition means the logic of illusions. So he talks about three kinds of illusions. One is the logical illusion, another one is the empirical illusion, and the third one is the transcendental illusion. So logical illusion is something where, as soon as the logical rules and principles are applied, the logical illusion disappears. But empirical and transcendental elements still persist even though they are shown to be illusory. So Kant is actually mainly discussing about the transcendental illusion in the transcendental dialectic. So basically what happened, the antinomy shows us the conflict between the idea of the unconditioned world and the reality of the conditioned world. And this contradiction remains, or this dichotomy remains in Kant. Now,
come to your conclusion. Only 5 minutes more. Only 5 minutes more. Okay. We know all these things. You please come to your points.
Yes. Okay. Now this dichotomy, which arises from the dichotomy between the critique of pure reason and the dichotomy which arises from the critique of practical reason, Kant tries to solve this dichotomy from two different angles. One is from the religion, where Kant basically in the religion within the limits of reason alone, he talks about this dichotomy can be solved because reason, Kant into the discussion of matter in the critique of pure reason basically talks about three questions: what can I know, what ought I do, and what may I hope for? So what can I know and what ought I do? it creates actually the dichotomy between the theoretical reason and the practical reason. And what may I hope for is a domain where Kant actually goes into the arena of religion that overcomes the dichotomy between the theoretical philosophy and the practical philosophy or the practical uses of reason. Now, what may I hope for is basically a kind of a reason hope. And he says that we may hope for the highest good, or the highest good is the happiness. So the highest human good is happiness. So, and this highest good or the happiness can be achieved only through by postulating the existence of God, who is omniscient, omnipotent, and also morally perfect. So we postulate the existence of God in order to overcome the dichotomy in the theoretical and the practical domain. Now, that is in short in religion, because since I have no time, I have to come short. Now, in the critique of the power of judgment, Kant has also tried to solve the dichotomy between the critique of pure reason and the practical reason. That Kant, in the critique of the power of judgment, he has talked about the reflective judgment, and there Kant says that nature is purposive. So nature, now what is this purposiveness of nature? Now the purposiveness of nature is actually into the domain of aesthetics that Kant actually talks about, that this dichotomy could have been overcome. And there he says that in nature is actually governed by empirical laws. Now, suppose the fire causes burns is something which is actually it's a principle which is actually the empirical, which is actually based on the empirical laws. Now, say another instance that I am talking about, since I have no time, I have to be in a hurry. That Kant talks about the beautiful and the sublime. Now, the beautifulness of a flower is something that the idea of beautifulness is already there in my mind. That means it is a priori. But in order to realize the beautifulness of that object, I apply my sensory knowledge. That means I apply my sources of knowledge. Suppose I see a blooming rose from a distance, and the moment I see a blooming rose, I immediately realize, or I immediately say to someone that what a fragrant rose. But even though I have not come close to the flower, but just by looking at the color of the flower and the size of the flower, I say that it is a fragrant rose. But I have not come close. Now, the moment I see the beautifulness of the flower, this already gives me the idea, and this idea is already implanted in my mind, because the previous memory said that whenever the flower blooms, it gives beautiful smell. So it is through perception, through perceptual knowledge, I come to know the beautifulness of the flower. So that even though it is a priori, right, but still I apply my sensory knowledge to comprehend it. So this is just in a nutshell, because I have many things to say, but since time is very short, I am just coming to the conclusion that through religion and also in the critique of the power of judgment, Kant tries to solve the dichotomy between the theoretical and the practical reason, which Kant establishes in the transcendental dialectic, or sorry, transcendental matter. Thank you. Thank you so much for patiently hearing.
Thank you, Arup Babu. And you have made some very important points, and it covers actually the whole things of Kant. But in a seminar like this, it is not possible to give you more time to elaborate all these things. We'll come to the questionnaire next on. And now I will ask Dr. Swarnali Rai Choudhury, Radha Madhav College, Silchar, to present his paper. Dr. Swarnali Rai Choudhury.
Am I audible?
Professor, yes. What happened to Kato Takahiro, Japanese
actually,
scholar?
No, not actually. These are the Western papers, and he will be speaking on Indian paper. That is why
that's fine. But just please intimate him so that he is.
Okay. I'm sorry, Kato Takahito. Actually, I thought that the Indian philosophy we talked at the last point, and because we are someone, Sonali Raya Chaudhary, will be speaking
No
from
problem.
the Western part perspective. So
No,
please excuse
that
me.
part is no issue, sir. But just I mean, inform the
Okay, okay.
Kato. Kato, you are there. Yeah, that's all.
Yes, yes, yes. I'll come to you next on. Next. And now Professor Sonali Rai Chaudhary from Radha Madhav College.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, you're audible.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes,
Okay.
you're audible. You're audible.
So a very good, yeah. So I shall start, sir. A
Yes.
very good afternoon to respected Chairman, sir, Dr. Santosh Kumar Pal, my respected teachers from Department of Philosophy, Assam University, all the dignitaries and everyone associated with this seminar. So the title of my paper is Heidegger's The Sign, an existential phenomenological method of doing philosophy. So in this paper, Martin Heidegger's philosophical concept of the sign or being in the world is explored in order to understand his existential phenomenological method. Heidegger provides an existential understanding of the sign or being in the world and shows how such an interpretation can be used to decode the very being of the sign. He also does that through an analysis of such concepts such as care, facticity, temporality, etc. He championed Sartre's slogan that existence precedes essence, and at the same time, though differing from Husserl, it taps on the core methodological assumptions of phenomenology. So the first question that is addressed in this paper is, was Heidegger a phenomenologist? And if so, in what sense? So I would like to respond to that question by stating that yes, Heidegger was a phenomenologist, but not in the sense in which Edmund Husserl was. This is a point that was made by Professor V.C. Thomas also in his lecture, that the phenomenology of Husserl was quite different from the phenomenology of Martin Heidegger. So I'll give reasons for why I'm stating this. Husserl's phenomenology always tried to reach the transcendental ego or the pure ego, which is beyond appearance. As Professor V.C. Thomas also mentioned, that in the stages of reduction, the first two stages were negating the appearances, and then in transcendental reduction, it is assigning meaning to the object. So Heidegger's concept of phenomenology is quite different from Husserl's one. How I would like to quote Heidegger on this from his book Being and Time. Heidegger writes, phenomenology is the way to access to and the demonstrative manner of determination of what is to become the theme of ontology. Ontology is possible only as phenomenology. The phenomenological concepts of phenomenon as self-showing means the being of beings, its meaning, modifications, and derivatives. This self-showing is nothing arbitrary, nor is it something like an appearing. The being of being can least of all be something behind which something else stands, something that does not appear. So it clearly states that Heidegger had put much emphasis on appearance or phenomenon as such. He was not a supporter of the idea to go beyond phenomenon. He clearly indicated that the phenomenological enquiry requires an existential connotation. The notion of going beyond appearances is rejected thoroughly by Heidegger. He is of the opinion that the meaning of being is to be understood solely in terms of its existential belonging. Being is not something that lies behind the scenes of phenomenon. It is as it appears in its situatedness within the world. So I would like to quote him again from the same book, Being and Time, where he writes, the essence of this being lies in its to be. The whatness, that is essentia of this being, must be understood in terms of its being existential. So it is clear from all these writings that Heidegger's conception of phenomenology was very different from Husserl's concept of phenomenology. To further substantiate this point, I would like to quote J.L. Mehta sir here, who in his book, The Philosophy of Martin Heidegger, has tried to show that whereas Husserl's phenomenology was presuppositionless and transcendental in character, Heidegger's one is more factual and existential. So he writes, Heidegger takes from Husserl a method for bringing to light the structure hidden in experience. the phenomena as he himself conceives them, a way of seeing what is, without losing sight of all that is presupposed in such seeing. So it is not presuppositionless as is the case in Husserl, and without claiming that such seeing can ever disclose eternal and ultimate truth. So it is very much grounded in factuality, facticity, and temporality, which are not available there in Husserl's phenomenology. So after making this point, I move on to the next issue that is discussed in this paper. Now, we have accepted that Husserl's phenomenology is different from Heidegger's phenomenology. Now, the question is, should Heidegger's phenomenology be called a hermeneutic phenomenology, or should it be termed an existential phenomenology? Now, I would like to call Heidegger's phenomenology, I would prefer rather to call it as an existential phenomenology. And the reason is this. We all know hermeneutics is the science of interpretation. And Heidegger has used this tool of interpretation to find out the meaning of being. But uh, what is important here is that interpretation is important, but what is more important in Heidegger's philosophy is the existential modalities that are involved in interpretation. So he has interpreted being in terms, he has interpreted the sign in terms of existential modalities or existential connotation. So a better term to use for his phenomenology would be, in my opinion, is an existential phenomenology. Moreover, after his book Being and Time, when he later moved on to write what is metaphysics and his letters on humanism, he dropped this word hermeneutic. He never used it afterwards. It is only in Being and Time that he used the word hermeneutic. So I think it is better to term Heidegger's philosophy as existential philosophy, existential phenomenology rather than hermeneutic phenomenology. Now, with this, we come to the third and the most important question that is dealt with in this paper. How is Heidegger's phenomenology existential? Now, the answer to this question is partly given when I described the phenomenology of Heidegger. But in this context, I would again like to quote Heidegger and from Being and Time, where he writes, "The compound expression being in the world, that is the sign, indicates in the very way we have coined it that it stands for a unified phenomenon. This primary datum must be seen as a whole." So his understanding of being is in terms of its existentiality only. For him, being is spatio-temporal. That is, it is anchored in space and time. It has a historical, a cultural, a temporal situatedness. The sign's meaning emerges out of its facticity, its existentiality, its temporality, its care for and care towards others. So even when we see, while discovering the nature of the being, Heidegger started with this question, who is being? And I would like to read out the answer that he gives to his question. He writes, the answer to the question of who this being on the sign actually is seems to have already been given with the formal indication of the basic characteristics of the sign. The sign is a being which I myself is. Its being is in each case mine. So he points out that the essential nature of this I is existence. He writes, if the I is an essential determination of the sign, it must be interpreted existentially. So the being in Heidegger's philosophy is an existential being. It is thoroughly an existential being who is thrown into this world since birth. Now, this existentiality, facticity, and temporality of being gives it its meaning. The fundamental ontological characteristics of this being are existentiality, facticity, and falling prey. Thus, for Heidegger, the crux of human existence is the existential situatedness in which one finds oneself. He further writes, the substance of human being is not the spirit as the synthesis of body and soul, but exists. So, in defining the sign, Heidegger has challenged two things. One is the Cartesian dualism of mind-body, and the other is the notion of subject-object distinction. I'll discuss both of them here. So Heidegger challenges the Cartesian assumption of mind-body dualism. Heidegger's The Sign is not a synthesis of mind and body. It is primarily an existential being who encounters the world in which it finds itself situated. He also challenges another important assumption upheld by most of the philosophers, and that is the assumption of subject-object dichotomy. This is primarily seen in Husserlian philosophy, wherein it is maintained that the conscious subject is essentially different from the objective world. It is understood as pure consciousness, which is not bothered by the objective world's reality. But according to Heidegger, the subject-object distinction needs to be done away with. The subject can never be understood in separation from the objective world. This is because the subject, since its birth, finds itself in the world. Facticity is fundamental to the sign's meaning. Heidegger defines facticity as thrownness, which essentially means the being situatedness in terms of being thrown into the world. So with this understanding of the sign as being in the world, Heidegger explored the phenomenon of being in, within inverted commas, that being in as a representation of how the sign beings in the world, as in how the sign relates to the world in which it is thrown in. Heidegger writes, what does being in mean? Initially, we supplement the expression being in with the phrase in the world and are inclined to understand this being in as being in something. So Heidegger says that we should not misunderstand the sign's description as being in the world as a description of a container-content relationship. It is not like that the sign is contained in the world. The world is a container and the sign is contained. It is not that. What he means by being in is that, so the sign is essentially understood as an existentially situated being by Heidegger. For Heidegger, being in means being together with the world in the sense of being absorbed in the world by relation of care for and care towards. So from all these passages from Being and Time, it is clear that Heidegger's phenomenology is an existential phenomenology because his entire interpretation of the being in the world, the entire attempt to understand the meaning of the sign is existentially modulated. So we may conclude that his method to understand the sign is an existential analysis of being there in the world, and thus his philosophical method may be rightly termed as an existential phenomenological method of doing philosophy. Thank you. I would conclude here.
Okay. Dr. Swarnali Raichaudhuri, you have made
I'm yet
important.
to be a doctor, sir.
Oh, achha.
I'm a research
Okay, Professor. Professor Swarnali Raichaudhuri, actually, we have made some very important point, and the relation between phenomenology, existentialism, and hermeneutics. You are speaking that he is mostly an existentialist and taking help of the methodology of philosophy, the methodology of phenomenology from some parts of Husserlian phenomenology. It's okay. But I will also say that he is using hermeneutics too. And that will be in the discussion later on. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
I'll come to you after the Professor Takehiro Kato presents his paper, then we'll come to the question session. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Now, I will ask Professor Takehiro Kato, Department of Indian Philosophy and Buddhist Studies, University of Tokyo, to present his presentation. And his presentation is actually on Indian philosophy, early Advaita Vedanta, again on Annaya Bhatireko in early Advaita Vedanta. And that will be very interesting discussion, I hope. And I'm sorry that I have not called you earlier because I wanted to conclude the Western part and then come to the Indian point. Okay, please go on. Professor Takehiro Kato. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much for your introduction. And I also would like to say thanks to Professor Adarasapali Nataraju. Is he here? No. And to be honest, I wish I could be in present in the venue of in Assam University, but I can. Yeah, maybe I will wait for the next occasion. Today I'm going to talk about the method Anvaya Vyatireka, which is very important, especially for our inductive reasoning, which Professor Shashi Kumar mentioned in his presentation. So, but it is at the same time very controversial, especially in the context of Arya Advaita Vedanta. So today I pick up some main arguments from the previous studies, and then as my observation to this issue. So now let us start from my introduction. Anvaya Vyatireka in the early Advaita Vedanta has been considered mainly in the examples of Shankaracharya and his disciple Sureshwara. Of these, often cited as relatively early studies are a brief comment by Hiriyanna and Hakka, and a review of von Buitenen. And there is a series of articles by Maeda. These studies mainly focus on Shankaracharya's independent work, Upadesha Sahasri, and Sureshwara's Naishkarmya Siddhi, and analyze the Upanishadic sentences called Mahavakyas, such as Tattvamasi, and considers Anvaya Vyatireka as a method of interpretation. Maeda states Shankaracharya's and Sureshwara's usage of Anvaya Vyatireka is different from that of Nayayika and grammarians. And Anvaya Vyatireka is logically inaccurate and seems that it is a mode of meditation rather than a method of interpreting the scriptures. Professor Cardona, on the other hand, published a detailed study of the example of Anvaya and Vyatireka in the grammar literature in Cardona 1967. He consulted the same material used in the previous study on Anvaya Vyatireka in the Advaita Vedanta. Cardona analyzed the usage of Anvaya Vyatireka in detail and pointed out that the deficiency in understanding Anvaya Vyatireka theory in those previous studies. Cardona refutes the idea that Shankara and Sureshwara's Anvaya Vyatireka has a form unique to Advaita Vedanta, and he concludes that Anvaya Vyatireka is a mode of reasoning, and its usage and functions are the same as those widely used in Vyakarana and Nyaya. Alphas 1983, which summarizes and examines a series of articles from Hakka to Maeda and Cardona's criticisms against them, attempts to position the role of Anvaya Vyatireka in the early Advaita Vedanta, especially Shankara. Alphas, basically following Cardona's conclusions, adds some important viewpoints with regards to the function of Anvaya Vyatireka. Of these, the notable is that he considers the significance of Anvaya Vyatireka in the soteriological context, namely, it functions for the attainment of the liberation, which differs from Cardona's claims that Anvaya Vyatireka is a mode of reasoning. In response to this series of discussion, this presentation inquiry into the relevant passage in the early Advaita Vedanta literature, and we examine the following point. A, how is the method Anvaya Vyatireka usually represents in the form if X occurs, Y occurs, if X is absent, Y is absent, used in early Advaita Vedanta literature? B, is there any particularity in the usage of Anvaya Vyatireka in early Advaita Vedanta, and if any, in which context? C, what kind of role does Anvaya Vyatireka method play in the soteriology of Advaita Vedanta? How does it function for attaining liberation? First, let us take a look at the general context of Anvaya Vyatireka reasoning. According to a series of studies by Cardona, Anvaya and Vyatireka are usually shown in the following format. A, if X occurs, Y occurs, this is called Anvaya. If X is absent, Y is absent, this is Vyatireka. According to Cardona, who scrutinized the example of Anvaya and Vyatireka, shown is his format. When X always precedes Y, and also when both A and B suffice, X is considered to be the cause of Y. So this ambiguous functions as ascertaining the causal relationship. When this reasoning is used by grammarians, AX corresponds to some corresponds of a word, such as roots or suffixes, and Y corresponds to the understanding of the particular meaning. In this case, a person who hears a component X will determine that X is the cause of the understanding of the meaning of Y, based on the reasoning of Anvaya and Vyatireka. Also, if X is a word and Y is the meaning of the word, Anvaya Vyatireka reasoning determines constant relationship between words and the meaning. In the works of Shankara, there are not many places where Anvaya Vyatireka appears as technical terms. However, from the following example, it can be seen that Shankara used the same form of reasoning as Anvaya Vyatireka. Here I give some example where he uses the format tat babe babat, tat ababe cha ababat in his Sutra Bhashya and also Upanishad Bhashya, also Gaudapada Karika Bhashya, etc. And also in these examples from the ground shown in the format, if X occurs, Y occurs. If X is absent, Y is absent. Tat babe baba, tat ababe cha ababat. It is determined that X is the cause of Y. Shankara himself does not give any special explanation for the reasoning, but it will be that Shankara shares the general understanding that this form of reasoning establishes a causal relationship between X and Y. On the other hand, it is in the Upanishad Sahasri that term Anvaya Vyatireka as a method of interpreting the word meaning appears. So here is some examples for this discussion. Anvaya Vyatireka, padartasya padasya cha, etc. Here, Shankara shows the process of understanding the meaning of a word by Anvaya Vyatireka, namely recalling, discriminating, or ascertaining the meaning of the word. This process leads one to understand the relationship between a word X and its meaning Y, especially the meaning of Tvam in the Upanishad sentence, Tattvamasi. Then, what about the process of understanding the meaning of the sentence? Shankara only states that it is self-evident like the fruit of the Biliva tree on the palm. Since he does not give a substantive explanation, we do not know the detail of his idea. Sureshvara, in his Naisho Kamya Siddhi, expounds the process of understanding the meaning of the word through Anvaya and Vyatireka. Here I give the text from the Naisho Kamya Siddhi, Kritanvaya Vyatireka. In the case of Sureshvara as well, Anvaya Vyatireka is taken as a method of understanding the meaning of the words contained in the scripture such as Tattvamasi. This basic method of establishing a one-to-one correspondence between words and meaning is called Anvaya Vyatireka. Thus, his basic understanding of Anvaya Vyatireka is common to that of Shankara. Regarding the process of understanding the meaning of the sentence that Shankara did not clarify, Sureshvara introduced the concept of avakyalta, non-relational meaning of the sentence, and states that only those who correctly grasp the meaning of the word by Anvaya Vyatireka would reach avakyalta, in other words, realize Atman. So now we have seen the description of Anvaya Vyatireka in early Advaita Vedanta, especially in Shankara's Upanishad Sahasri and Sureshvara's Naisho Kamya Siddhi. The following is a brief summary of previous studies based on these materials. Hirianna, who adds a note to the Jacob's edition of Naisho Kamya Siddhi, defined Anvaya Vyatireka as a method of agreement and method of difference. It is assumed that the meaning of the sentence is understood through the corresponding between words and meanings. Hiriana also cites later annotation to the supplement Ambhayabhiratireka. Here is Lama Tirtha's commentary on Upadesha, Sahasri 1, 1896. As you see in the screen, Lama Tirtha commentator, Lama Tirtha gives such detailed discussion and explanation about Ambhayabhiratireka, but it is necessary to verify whether the view of these annotations are faithful to the original Shankara or Sureshwara's idea. We need to investigate more. So next one is Hakka's explanation. Hakka, in his study in der Methode der Bedeutungsbestimmung, while bringing together the development of some important notion in early Advaita, took up Ambhayabhiratireka in Sureshwara's Naishkarmya City 2729 and explained as follows. The understanding of the sacred sentence is based on the understanding of the words that constitute it. It is achieved through the logical method of Ambhaya and Vyatireka, that is, through reflection that meaning of the words and sentence is well established and that the opposite is logically impossible. From these examples of Sureshwara, Hakka understands that Ambhaya Vyatireka is a logical thinking or logical method, and that this method, the meaning of the words and the sentence is well established. In the materials we saw earlier, we can find textual evidence for the correspondence between words and meanings through Ambhaya Vyatireka, but the interpretation of meaning of the sentence is not always clear. It is therefore necessary to reconsider how a sentence is well established. The next one is from Van Buitenen. Van Buitenen, in his introduction to his book Ramanuja's Vedanta Sangraha, compares Ramanuja's hermeneutics with that of Shankara and his followers. Above all, in his studies of indirect indication, Lakshana, he takes up Shankara's idea of Ambhaya Vyatireka and states as follows. More precisely, the proposition is first considered positively by Ambhaya, whereby the connection is realized between that in Tat, which is in Tvam, and contrariwise. Then it is considered negatively by Vyatireka, whereby that in Tvam, which is not Tat, is excluded from Tvam and contrariwise. It is a bit complicated. Here, Van Buitenen refers to Ambhaya Vyatireka theory that appears in 18th chapter of Padesha Sahasri, as seen above. In the Upanishadic sentence, Tattvamasi, it is Ambhaya that established the common meaning of the words Tvam and Tat, and excludes the non-common meanings from each word, which is said to be Vyatireka. It can be said that this understanding of Van Buitenen regards Ambhaya Vyatireka as a method of understanding the meaning of the sentence. Also, the sentence Tattvamasi is a statement of identity, and indirect implication must be assumed to understand this sentence, namely, Jahata Jahat Lakshana, which is already implied in Shankara's interpretation. So here comes the next series of discussion. Maeda, known as an editor and translator of Shankara's Padesha Sahasri, pointing out that Ambhaya Vyatireka method in early Advaita Vedanta is not fully systematized and is logically inaccurate. And he also sums up as follows. He gives mainly 3 points with regards to this Ambhaya Vyatireka. Maeda 1, Shankara's and Sureshwara's usage of Ambhaya Vyatireka is different from that of Nayayika and grammarians. Maeda 2, already Shankara implied the essential feature of Jahat Ajahat Lakshana, in which two words leaves a part of their meaning. In Advaita Vedanta, the basic principle of interpretation of the sacred text, Tattvamasi, was established by Shankara and was fully developed by Sarvagna Atman. M3, Maeda 3, Ambhaya Vyatireka is a way to get rid of non-Atman and get to know the true Atman. it is essentially a kind of meditation and very close to what he calls parisankhana in character. Of the above argument regarding M1, as far as we could confirm from the format, if X occurs, Y occurs, if X is absent, Y is absent, found in Shankara's writings such as Brahma Sutta Bhashya or Chandogya Upanishad Bhashya mentioned above, some points needs further discussion. In other words, regarding Ambaya Vyatireka as a method of ascertaining the causal relationship between Rx and AY, it can be said that Shankara also used the same form of reasoning used by Nayayika. Also, if the reasoning of Ambaya Vyatireka is regarded as a method of associating word with the meaning of the word, this is the same as the usage of grammarian. Nothing more is clear, at least from Shankara's account, but if there is a point that is different from that of Nayayikas and that of grammarians, it might be that Ambaya Vyatireka is used as a method of interpreting an identity statement, you are Tattvamasi. Maeda, principally following an flamboyantness, shows Ambaya Vyatireka as a process of leaving common meaning, Ambaya, and excluding non-common meanings from each word, Vyatireka, in a sentence. This discussion is counter-argument to some of the issues raised by Cardona in 1967, and the response to Maeda's argument reprinted in Maeda 1979 in English was discussed again in Cardona 1981, as we see the next. In correspondence to these series of studies on Ambaya and Vyatireka in Advaita Vedanta, Cardona 1981 analyzed the same material used in the previous studies above. Cardona, in the first place, shows his basic understanding that with regard to the usage of Ambaya and Vyatireka for the interpretation of the Mahavakyas, Shankara and Sureshwara share the same view. This reasoning, Ambaya, is used to discriminate between what is and is not the self, and to determine what meanings may be attributed to speech unit. It is not used directly to exclude in Tattvamasi parts of what Tat and Tvam refer to. Based on the description of the Upadesha Sahasri mentioned above, Cardona argues that the role of Ambaya Vyatireka reasoning in the process of listening to the scriptures and understanding their meaning is only to ascertain the meaning of the word Tvam. It is not to use to distinguish between Atman and non-Atman, or to exclude properties such as being suffered from the referent of the word Tvam or of the word Tat. Cardona concludes that Shankara and Sureshwara Ambaya Vyatireka is not at all unique in Advaita Vedanta. Its usage and functions are the same as those widely used by Nayayika and grammarians. This point will differ, depends on whether the role of Ambaya Vyatireka reasoning is viewed as a method of interpreting the meaning of the word or as a method of determining the meaning of the sentence. Cardona is considered to be the former position, while Hakka and Maeda are considered to be in latter position. Cardona further discusses that Ambaya Vyatireka is not a description meditation, but a mode of reasoning. So here comes the next Halipas. In his article, clarifies the structure of Ambaya Vyatireka that can be described from the example of Shankara and Sureshwara. Then Halipas further considers what Ambaya Vyatireka means to Shankara. Whatever Shankara may be aware of the specific technical implication which the various modes of Ambaya Vyatireka have in grammar, logic, epistemology, or psychology, and of their specific functions as devices of analysis and discrimination of coordination and identification. But it is not essential for him to define one such mode and to distinguish it from others. Whatever its specific technical details may be, Ambaya Vyatireka has to do with the positive and negative concomitants, deals with constant variables, with the co-occurrence and non-co-occurrence of various types of phenomena, words, meaning, etc. As such, it exemplify the nature of human reasoning, yukti, tarka, utpatti, anumana, which is groundless in itself and has no legitimate direction if it is not guided by the Vedic revelation. There are limits to the reasoning that human makes, and whatever the function of Amvaya Vyatika is, after all, it serves only as a means to understand the meaning of the Vedic scripture. Halfas understands Shankara's position in this way. It is Shankara's consistent position that rational thinking does not extend to the revelation of the Vedic scripture. And Halpa's argument is aimed at emphasizing Shankara's attitude of recognizing the value of rational thinking such as Ambaya Vyatireka only for the purpose of correctly understanding the purport of Vedic scriptures. So far we have
please wind up. Please wind up.
Yes, so far we have briefly introduced Ambaya Vyatireka theory in Shankara's Padesha Sahasri and Sureshwara's Nakshkamya city, and have seen some difference in views in previous studies dealing with them. In the following, we consider the relationship between Shankara's Ambaya Vyatireka and Parisankhya, which was mentioned in Maida's claim, Maida's third claim. And I just want to put my stress on this Parisankhya meditation. This Parisankhya is discussed in the third chapter of the prose part of Upadesha Sahasri. This chapter is traditionally called Parisankhya Prakarana, and is thought to be the part that deals with Nididhyasana meditation, which is one of the three fundamental steps of practice, Shravana, Manana, and Nididhyasana, taught in Vedanta. The practice methodology discussed in this chapter is in the following sequence. First, one hears the sentence, you are Tattvamasi. Then one understands its meaning. Then at the final step, one should repeatedly ponder or repeatedly practice meditation. And this Ambaya Vyatireka, Parisankhya is always characterized by repetition. So Parisankhya Abhyasa, the word Parisankhya, repetitive practice of Parisankhya appears in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, Bhashya, etc. And also in Naishkarama city, here is Amuledanam. So Parisankhya Amuledanam is mentioned by Sureshwara. So the important point here is Ambaya Vyatireka in the process of repeated meditation, like Parisankhya or Nididhyasana in Shankara's Advaita Vedanta. So knowledge of Upanishadic sentence is completed through this process, Shravana, Manana, and Nididhyasana. And this Ambaya Vyatireka is characterized by the repetition in the process of this completion. And there is also some discussion that one can attain liberation, one can attain true knowledge only by once, or we need to repeat again and again, Sakrit or Asakrit. This is the argument discussion found in Brahma Sutra Bhashya. So Sakrit Uktameva or Vakyartam Avartayantas. So there is a discussion, but in case of Shravana Manana Nididhyasana scheme, one should repeatedly perform or practice this meditation. So I will conclude my talk here. As a sequence of re-examination, and could conclude that the method Ambaya Vyatireka is used in Arya Advaita Vedanta as a mode of reasoning for ascertaining that X is the cause of Y. So there is no particularity in the usage of Ambaya Vyatireka. The method is also used to determine the relation between a word and its meaning in the Upanishads. On the other hand, Shankara emphasizes the importance of repeating practice and meaning of the scripture from his soteriological viewpoint, the reasoning serves only as a supplementary means to attain the knowledge of the scripture. It is therefore still possible that Ambaya Vyatireka means for early Advaita Vedantins much more than a logical reasoning. It functions as a mode of meditation, which is repeatedly practiced in distinguishing between the self, Atman, and non-Atman. Thank you very much. I skipped some part of my presentation, but maybe I will circulate my summary to the participants. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Professor Takahito. Professor Takahiro Kato, you have made an excellent exposition of the methodology of Advaita Vedanta in a very systematic manner, taking the help of Western logic, that is Anvaya Vyatireka. We call it a method of agreement and difference. Along with it, you have rightly pointed out that logic is not all in Vedanta epistemology. We have to go on to the practice. So with this, we have concluded the paper. So now the question answer session. Professor Nataraju, how much time can you get? Professor Nataraju, are you here?
Yes, Professor. I'm listening. I mean, looking at the faces of the audience, they are eager for lunch. They're just, so by Anvaya Vyatireka means, if there is seminar, there is lunch, if there is.
So what will you do?
5 to 10 minutes, Professor. Yeah, we'll wait. 5 to 10 minutes, maybe a couple of questions each speaker, and then.
Yes.
Because that's injustice without questioning them.
Okay.
Yeah, a couple of minutes each, very brief answers from them, and if there are any, sir, please. And your comments also very briefly. We miss you at the lunch hour, Professor.
Okay. Sonali, madam, I have just one queries. Other questions will be coming. Actually, if I call him an hermeneutician also, what is the problem? That is my question.
No, there is no problem, sir. But the point I was trying to make is that
actually, the word phenomenon is used differently by Husserl and by Heidegger. And Husserl uses is that what gives what is there, it appears fully in its entirety. But in case of Heidegger, he says that there may be something which is not expressed. These are some symptoms. And through symptoms, we can have to go to the root of the cause. Like a doctor, when a doctor takes some physical manifestation, and through the physical manifestation, he goes to the root of the cause, root of the disease. In that way, Heidegger's phenomenology can also be regarded as hermeneutic phenomenology. That is right. Okay. Thank you. And now, Arup Babu, are you there? Arup Babu?
Yeah, he's here, sir. Please, if there is a question, yeah, please come. He's very much here.
Actually, I want to. I had to give some more time in discussing critique of judgment, which I did not give you. So, actually, a reflective judgment. Actually, I'd like to hear something on this particular point. What is reflective judgment you are speaking of?
By the term reflective judgment, Kant is talking about the purposiveness of nature. And there he has particularly pointed out 4 points, essential points. Those points are that first, that nature is something which is governed by the empirical laws, which I have explained in brief in my discussion.
Yes.
The second point is that it enables us to make, the nature is something which enables us to make aesthetic judgments. Thirdly, nature leads us to think of organisms as objectively purposive. And fourthly, it ultimately leads us to think about the final end of nature as a whole. Now, what happened by the term reflective judgment, Kant is talking about the purposiveness of nature. So purposiveness of nature, so nature itself is an a priori. And since if it is an a priori, then again, it probably goes into the domain of the unknown, or suppose the transcendental metaphysical dream. But that metaphysical dream could have been accessed with the help of our sources of knowledge, either through perception or through inference or any other sources of knowledge. Kant is also talking about rotationism also. Now, in that case, actually, I have given one example of a flower. Suppose a flower which is blooming from a distance. Now, bloomingness of the flower is the beautifulness of the flower, and that beautifulness is into the domain of the sublime. Now, that sublimity of that beautiful object is realized with the help of our knowledge, that how we apply our knowledge. And the moment we apply our knowledge, and Kant, by the term knowledge, actually Kant is talking about the categories and the judgments. So when we are actually using knowledge to know to know something which is unknown, then the unknown never remains in the realm of the unknown. It is realized in the known domain. So that is through that actually I just want to that is what I was saying that it is through that wants to reconcile that something which has been the dichotomy for all time. That Kant is actually famous for.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I will ask Professor Nataraju to some observations on Takahiro Kato's paper.
Oh yeah, before that, though I'm not a Kant scholar, my friend, so whenever I listen to papers on Kant's philosophy, can he not have avoided postulating God and yet do philosophy? Because the beginning point of Kant's philosophy is in its critics. The beginning point is that the scientific foundations of doing philosophy, it's the foundations are. Then, could he have solved the dichotomy which you brought about between the pure reason and the practical reason?
Dichotomy is still there,
not postulating God, but minus postulating God, can we actually explain Kant?
Yeah, he could have been. I have already hinted in one instance in my discussion that human beings actually lives in the two worlds, in the nominal world as well as in the phenomenal world. So, as a moral action performing as a man belongs to the phenomenal world, but at the same time he derives the moral world from the nominal world. So, in a sense, man belongs to the both the world. So, where is the dichotomy then? Now, Kant is actually postulating the existence of God as well as the immortality of the soul in order to give guarantee, in order to give certainty to these ethical judgments.
These are the ideas of reason. He speaks of ideas of reason.
Yeah.
Without these ideas, we cannot keep the circle round. We cannot keep the circle round. That is that.
Yeah, they are the ideas of pure reason, and it is actually from the point of view of the subject that we are making those judgments about morality as well as about the faith. But there is no knowledge as such about that. So that is why it remains into the domain of the unknown, and then they are only the subjective ideas. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And it is unknown and unknowable. Unknowable. Anyway, a Vedantin can never be happy with such wordings, but that's fine. Dr. Moon has, on whose paper? Dr. Arul's paper, one more small query and my observation on Cato. Yeah.
Yes.
But somehow he has some engagement with the idea.
Moon madam ke dekhte pacchi na keno? Kothay apni? Where are you?
You put on the video. Put on the video. Just put on the video. Unmute the video. She's referring to Casey Bhattacharya.
Okay.
I'm
now
from
here.
Department of Philosophy.
Yes, I know that. Yes. Yes.
So my question.
too many technology makes problem.
Now, you are very much influenced by my idea and the approach to the concept of power. But his point of view is that somehow back in his paper was very practical reason. He has actually contradicted his own thing about the unharmony of I mean, the way he accepted self-preservation and moral popular, he is actually contradicting his own view.
What he is.
The question is that he accepts the possibility, not the possibility, but about the moral self and about.
No, I mean, he denies himself. I mean, he remains an honor entity.
And yet postulates. Yeah. Is he contradicting himself? Yeah. Sir, Santosh Kumar Palji,
Yes.
for Vedanta trained people, the problem is God a Vastu Tantra or a Purusha Tantra? Shankara mentions it in several places.
Yes.
By Purusha Tantra, what we mean is logically postulating something, logically using the very idea of God for the purpose of arguing for morality.
But Kant's moral philosophy can be sustained without postulating God. Kant's moral philosophy can be sustained without postulating God. He's actually he's relating the concept because he's trying to going from the morality to the concept of the holy, and that is why he is relating it. Without postulation of God, Kant's moral philosophy can withstand.
You mean to say that it can withstand and it doesn't require?
Yes, it can withstand.
Now please. Now you contradict. Come on. No. It's good. See. No. Now the discussion is becoming interesting.
What is?
Yeah. The thing is really that you are talking about two different kinds of self, right? One is the moral self, and the another one is the
nominal self. Nominal self.
Yeah, nominal self is the moral self only. And you are also talking about the transcendental consciousness. So transcendental consciousness is devoid of any objectivity. That is, it is the I or mine. Okay. So that is yes.
I think accompanies all of my perceptions. I think accompanies all of my perception. That is the point.
Yeah, in a sense, contradiction arises. Actually, this is actually from the point of view of the post-Kantian philosophers. Like Hegel has said that Kant has actually made the contradictions.
Yes, Kant, there are so many contradictions in Kant. So it is not.
There are so many contradictions. You can either see it as a dichotomy or you can see it as a contradiction.
Yes.
Okay, but he himself never claimed that I have contradicted it like this. Okay. But it is that contradiction which makes him famous.
Okay, now on Takahiro Kato. Professor Nataraju.
Yeah, on Kato's paper, Dr. Shakuntala has got an observation. Please, Dr. Shakuntala. And before that, Kato, please come over. Yeah.
Shakuntala ma'am, I did not see you long ago. I said I want to see you. Professor Burua. I have seen you in North Bengal at least 1 decade ago. 1 decade ago.
Yes, and we meet online in this Buddha Jayanti.
Change this.
Okay.
Change this to this one.
My question is that so far I understood from Sir Kato, he said that Anvaya Vyadhika is used to understand the meaning by
there is some technical issue. Takahito is not. Can you listen? Mr. Takahiro? Can you listen?
No, I can listen.
Okay, then
maybe someone write a text by chat.
He's saying that to write a text.
Yeah, to write a text in chat, and I will answer you. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so far as I understood, Anvayovadyaka is used to understand the meaning. But I want to ask whether in Shankara, when we understand the meaning, that is, the thing doesn't go away. So far as I understood, you were saying that that one doesn't go away. And when we are trying to understand the meaning, but is there really a difference in Shankaracharya of the meaning and the theme? Because for him, that's why I have understood that there is no difference between a name and a theme. So if we understand the meaning, the theme also goes away. Is that what he was saying? I couldn't exactly understand that. So far as I understood, I felt that it was only about the meaning and not about the theme. Thank you, sir.
Could someone?
So did you get the question? Did you get the question that?
No, I couldn't get the question. So maybe someone
The
writes.
question is, the question is about meaning and the thing.
Yes.
And that the meaning stays and it's not about the thing. The thing goes away. Is that correct? My summary. Yeah.
I think yeah.
Anvaya Vyatireka, how was Shankara interpreting Anvaya Vyatireka?
If he uses it for the meaning,
Yeah.
the thing is also supposed to go away.
Did you still get it?
No, I couldn't get it. So what does she wants to know? In determining the sentence meaning or what? In case of Anvaya Vyatireka by Shankaracharya, he tries to use Anvaya Vyatireka to determine the meaning of the word, padalta, shabdalta, not the sentence. So for the sentence meaning, he needs some other techniques like jahat, ajahat, lakshana, and so on. Yes. So first he established the meaning of the word, pada, and then goes to the sentence. Yes, that's the process of understanding the meaning of the sentence, whole sentence, which means Vedic sentence. He's not talking about the daily usage of the words, yeah?
Yes. So these are Mahavakya, special sentence, special words.
Yes. This is only to understand what Upanishad means.
Yes.
So it's a bit different from what we thought.
I mean, can we ever grasp the meanings as ascribed by the sages to the hymns? Yesterday, I was raising it in my inaugural remarks because there are so many theories that we could never grasp the meanings, and then there are so many meanings attached to it. There is a context. There is,
Yes,
do we ever understand the meaning attached by the sages to those sentences? Say Tattvamasi. Tattvamasi Shvetaketo in the Chandogya, when it is used by Uddalaka Aruni, the context, he had some meanings attached to Tat, Tvam, and Asi. By Anvaya Vyatireka method, are we grasping the same meanings attached to them? Because there are so many layers of meanings, and then there is a time lapse.
Yes.
What is Vedanta's understanding on this aspect? And because Mimamsakas think that it is Shabda which is connected to the meaning for eternity. Nityaha Shabdartha Sambandha, Jaimini Mimamsa Sutra.
Yes. But as yesterday, Professor Andrea Nietzsche discussed that Shankara's interpretation or his methodology is based on Mimamsa interpretation. So in that sense, he follows some kind of Mimamsa techniques or interpreting hermeneutics. Yes. So Upanishadic sentence or the meaning of the Upanishad is eternal.
From Kanchan Gokte, there is a question, Kato. Is there something called direct understanding meaning without interpretation? That's a basic question. From yesterday onward, the contention is there the understanding of a Shabda and its meaning without interpretation?
Yes, I think this without interpretation is happens after this meditation. I in my understanding.
Sir,
this is a process of, yes.
Thank you, the speakers and the chairman, sir. Can I thank everybody?
Okay. Then the session is closed now.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, yeah. And we now leave for lunch session. And one announcement for the online offline participants. 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock session stands cancelled. So we are actually, Dr. Akoisa, yeah, here is an important announcement because you are the chair. 3 to 5 o'clock session stands cancelled for technical reasons. We will set up the LED monitors and all that during that time. So the next session is at 6 o'clock, and hope to see you, Professor Santosh Kumar Paul sir, in the evening session. Purushottama Bilimoria is speaking at 7:30 to 8:30. Professor Milan Kangamcha and a couple of other speakers.
Okay, I shall try.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay.
So thank you everybody. So we'll now leave for lunch. Thank you. Is it cancelled or not? Oh,